Three, we're up here.
All right, good morning. The Pardon Board is called to order. Today is Monday, April 21st, 2025. The time is 9:01 a.m. Could we get a roll call, please?
Ms. Renata,
Here.
Ms. Stapleton,
Here.
Mr. Prater,
Here.
Mr. Tillis,
Here.
Mr. Mr.
Here.
Freeman, I'm sorry. Madam Chairman, we have a quorum.
All right, thank you. We will allow public comment on request before any action item. First, we'll take care of some business. Under regular business, our first agenda item is review and approval of the minutes from Monday, April 7th, 2025. Those are included in your packet. Are there any corrections? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion for approval.
Madam Chairman, I move that we approve the minutes.
All right, is there a second?
I'll second.
We have a motion by Mrs. Stapleton, second by Mr. Tillis to approve the minutes from Monday, April 7th, 2025. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Thank you. Our next agenda item is consideration of applications for clemency, pardon, and our first remote location is at the State Police Barracks. Good morning. Sir, would you introduce yourself for the record, the staff?
Curtis Marchand, 301822.
All right, Mr. We'd like to hear from the staff.
You go, Lisa?
Lisa Frazier on classification.
Captain Washington. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Thanks for accommodating us this morning. And good morning, Mr. Marchand. Before we move forward, I did not ask the staff here at DOC headquarters to introduce themselves for the record.
Carla Williams.
Sure. Shakita McCurdy.
Monchelle Lewis.
All right, thank you. Mr. Marchand, before we begin with you, I want to just recognize the folks who have joined us this morning for your hearing. In support on Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Kerry Myers. Here with us in Baton Rouge at headquarters, we have LaFlannery Redo, Cynthia Marchand, Brenda Brown, James Marshall, and Annette Jarvis. Here with us also in opposition at headquarters, we have representing the victims, we have Thelma London, Reginald Thomas, Bella Cyrus, Tanya Williams, Kelton Cyrus, Bevan Cyrus, Kevin Cyrus, and Lee Williams. And for those who have indicated they'll be speaking this morning, we will call them in at the appropriate time to do so. First, Mr. Marchand, let me read some identifying information in the record, and then we'll get started. So, Mr. Marchand, as you mentioned, your DOC number is 381022. You were sentenced in the 19th Judicial District Court in East Baton Rouge Parish in 1997 for second-degree murder, 2 counts. Count 1, you received a life sentence. You also received a life sentence to count 2, which is running consecutive to count 1. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you are seeking a commutation of your sentence, Mr. Marchand. So before we hear from the folks who want to speak today, we'd like to hear from you first. We'd like to hear your statement. Be sure to include why, why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence? What have you done since you've been in prison? And why do you think you should get a favorable vote today?
Yes, ma'am. I would like to address the board by saying that I'm truly remarkable for what I have done and take full responsibility. My journey started at the age of 14, selling drugs, and dropped out in the 8th grade, helping my mama pay the bills. And since I've been incarcerated, I took victim awareness, AA, anger management, culinary arts, and a walk through the realization of a life sentence. Victim awareness taught me the victims first, the community second, and my family last. AA, turning to believe a higher power that's greater than myself to restore me back to sanity. Anger management, think before action. Culinary arts, that's my foundation of everything in my pride and joy. And the walkthrough with realization, the giving back to the community, took re-entry on Ward 1 and Ward 2. I would like to be granted for to use these skills and everything I learned and return back to society. Thank you.
Great. So tell us though, we'd like to hear from you in your words. Why are you in prison? What did you do?
October the 28th, two counts of second-degree murder happened on Caprice and Mickens. Me and Mr. Roger Herb was slap boxing, and he slapped me in my face, and I pulled out my weapon and fired 2 shots up in him, and took the anger across the street. And Mr. Williams was coming out the convenience store, and I had shot him. I had words with him earlier, shot him, and ran away and turned myself in November the 5th.
All right, thank you. Captain, what can you tell us about Mr. Marchand?
Good morning, y'all. Since Kurt got here, he hit the ground running. He's one of our most valued employees here at the State Police Barracks. His current job lets him meet a bunch of people, explore some different options. He's set the presidents as one of the best bakers we've ever had. And he does a great job for us. We have no issues with him. We've never had a problem since day one. When we met a couple of years ago, basically it was an audition, and told him to cook what he thought would get him to the barracks, and it worked. He's here sitting next to me. So we've had a good run. No problems at all.
All right, good. Thank you, sir. All right, now we'll hear from the folks who want to speak in favor. We'd like to hear from the Parole Project. Mr. Myers.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here this morning to support Mr. Marchand's application for clemency. Based on Mr. Marchand's overall record, the fact that he's at the state police barracks and works at the most trusted positions, besides the fact that he has skills, we know that, first of all, we can make sure that Mr. Marchand is gainfully employed. He has the skills to do that. Second, during Mr. Marchand's 28 years of incarceration, we know that he's going to need transition services. Parole Project is specifically equipped to provide for those transition services, not only in transitional housing, but things like technology, finance, social norms, consumer skills. We understand his needs, and we certainly are able to meet them through mentorship and case management. Mr. Marchand has just been outstanding, and we, as this board knows, this is a voluntary program, Parole Project, and compliance is a critical factor. The client has to want what we have, and we've, in our dealings with Mr. Marchand, it is very clear that he understands he needs the transition services, and we have no problems at all with Mr. Marchand. We know that he's going to be readily accepting of this and an excellent candidate. So we ask this board to consider his application favorably today.
Thank you. And here with us, we have, I'm sorry if I mispronounced the name, Redo.
Yes, ma'am.
How you pronounce your first name?
Lafanery.
Lafanery.
Yes,
We'd like to hear from you, sir. You step up to the podium, please.
Morning.
Good morning.
My name is Alfredo. I'm from Glen Oaks area. I was still am good friends with her, but I was also friends with everyone involved, including Ron Hurd, Paul Hurd, and Lou. We all was friends. We got together, and at the time we all were young. We all, I don't like to use the word mistakes because we was old enough to know better. Sometimes we let our anger overrule our emotions. And I can honestly say that, I don't think Kurt is the same person he was at 19 years old, and neither am I. I'm a founding member of an organization called Against All Odds, where we reach out to kids that's didn't have the guidance that we had. I'm also the founder of a brunch that we do every Mother's Day for the mothers who lost their child to the streets. So even though I don't understand what the family went through, I have a better understanding that there's no love like losing a child. So I'm not gonna try to downplay anything that they going through, or try to make it like I understand. But I wouldn't put my reputation on the line if I didn't believe in Kurt. I watched him, I listened to him, and I believe him. And like I said, I'm good with most of the broad herd family. And if I offended anyone by speaking on Kurt, that wasn't my goal. I apologize, but I just said, speaking from the heart, and that's my belief that he's ready to come on. Thank you. We will pay us.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate hearing from you. And James Marsh, I'd like to hear from you, sir.
My name is James Marshall, and I live at 6262 Daylight Drive. And Kurt is my nephew, and I love him very much. And I want to tell you all, Kurt is a changed person. And I mean it from my heart. He used to come and say, I'm changing, want me to say it? Want me to do that? Now, I don't know what inspired him to do what he did, but I'm pretty sure after 28 years, he is ready to come home. He's a changed person. And I want y'all to know he was a trustee at Angola prison. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Marshall. We appreciate it. Now we'll hear from the opposition. Could we hear from Thelma London first?
Hey.
I'm sorry, we can allow 3 people to speak. We have Mr. Myers. No, ma'am, we've already had our three speakers. Miss Thelma London.
She's asking if my name is.
Sure, yeah. What is your name, sir? Yes, sir. You want to go first?
Sure. My name is Reginald Thomas. I'm the brother of Roderick Hurd, who was murdered that day in '96. I know Kurt and his family, me and his brother, real, good friends. We were at the time. Kurt was supposedly one of our good friends as well. The incident that took place, my brother begged Kurt not to shoot him the second time, and he did. Now, I can't tell whether or not somebody has rehabilitated, but that does not change what you have done. I understand you should rehabilitate. We all should. And there's consequences behind everything we do, good and bad. I'm a witness of that, because I've been where Kurt is. So I know this shit. And being incarcerated, everybody wants to come out. Everybody wants to come out. And people change. People really do change. But what's to say circumstances won't cause you to react again? I've heard him say about some of the things that he's done, AA, culinary, and all of these different things. But I'm a believer that spiritual change is the #1 change that changes you from within to without. And I didn't hear any of that at all about spiritual change. I'm just like I say, I can't see my brother ever again. ever again. Can't talk to him. You know, we were 2 days apart. My birthday was on the 10th, his on the 12th. We were extremely close, same mom, same dad, same house. And, you know, we didn't expect for him to do what he did, but he did what he did. And it is what it is, you know. And I'm it's like I say, friends with Rito, we call him Coco, and me and him still up, you know, friends, still up today. I understand where he comes from, and he might have been closer to the accuser than I was, but it still doesn't change what he did. And I can't, and you all can, and I can't say that he'll never do it again. Nobody can. You know, only God knows. And just like I said, I think spiritual change is the #1 change that we should be trying to get. That really helps us in the natural. So, you know, I just like I said, I can't ever see my brother again. And I don't think he deserved to be murdered the way he was murdered. That's all I have.
Yes, sir, thank you. Della Cyrus.
I'm Deshaun Williams' mother. And that's a painful thing to lose a child. Especially a violent event. And I never understood why, because he always helped everybody. Everybody he knew, you know, even he would even stop on the side of the road to help a lady in distress or whatever, or even somebody, you know, their car broke down. He would stop and help. And I know that he was friends with the Curtis Marchand. Well, he was friends with this brother. And I knew that he knew him. And I just couldn't understand for the life of me why people. With my son had 2 young kids that grew up without a father. And I think he would have done excellent. But they never knew. All they had was stories that the family told to them. And that's a hard thing for a child. And it's a hard thing for a mother to have to pick up the pieces after the child is gone like that, especially about in death. I just never understood why, because I know that, you know, Curtis's brother had been in situations and my son helped him. I didn't understand why he would hurt my son like that. I did. And for his parole or reduced sentence, there was 2 murders, same day. You know, I can feel what he's feeling. Well, I can imagine how he's feeling. But you have to pay just like a utility bill, you gotta pay your bill. Or your lights get turned off. I don't think that he needs a reduced sentence. I don't harbor no vengeance against him. You know, I forgive him for what he did. Because I know that he was a young man. And young people just, you know, they don't listen to instructions from their elders. Or tell them that that road is the wrong road to go down. I understand that. But even so, you have to pay for what you do. And I really don't think that, because like I said, 2 murders. 2 senseless murders. And I just get opposed, reduce.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for being here. Devin Summers.
Good morning, my name is Evan Cyrus. I am one of the youngest siblings of the Sean Williams. I'm here today because I learned of the possibility of Curtis Marchand getting a reduced sentence or parole. And I'm not in support. There were 2 instances at the same time where he took 2 lives, not 1. The average time that a male is expected to live is 75 years. He took 2 lives. He should pay for those lives with his time served. With every year he took away from those people he took. I was only 6 when my brother was taken from me. And at that age, young children really don't understand why somebody just goes away. And so I didn't understand why my brother wasn't coming home or wasn't coming to visit me or wasn't coming to play with me anymore. And so, I never really, even till this day, I still have issues with processing grief after the loss of my brother at such an early age. My brother Marchand was very kind, he was loving, he was helpful, he was protective, and he really loved his friends and family. And losing him was something that shattered our family, that never has completely healed. His death marked our family till this day. The idea that Mr. Marchand murdered my brother and someone else and could possibly walk around in society, not knowing how he may respond to someone else again and possibly taking another life, is very devastating and could re-traumatize the families who have lost someone taken already. It would reopen wounds that never really truly healed. My brother should still be here. He should have been able to live a full life and have a family, play with his children, play with his siblings, interact with other people. But at the age of 22, my brother was lost to us. And we'll never get to see him again. We'll never get to talk to him. I ask that you do not re-traumatize our families by reintroducing Mr. Marchand to society. Thank you.
All right, before we move on, let me ask Ms. Thelma, do you want to speak? Can you speak up a bit, ma'am?
I'm the mother of Robert Curry. And he was murdered. That's Curry, the type of person that my son was. He was humble, helpful to everybody. And even that occurred, very bad. He was explained in Marchand, and he got shot 1 time, and he said, "Man, please, just right." He shot him again. that was in. And we have 2 sectors. We only been there for 28 years. I don't think it should be on the streets, because we never even said one. But my son, and see my son, and, you know, that to the bird. And I think, yeah, it did hurt, and time should be served.
Thank you. All right, and let me just explain to the Marchand family, I know y'all are concerned about the speakers, but we heard from 2 people from each of the families over here and 2 from the Marchand side as well, so. Mr. Marchand, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. He'll take the lead on the interview. Would you answer his questions?
Yes,
Good morning, Marchand. How are you?
doing all right.
In your speech, you kind of explained, I had your case and I went over and read it a lot. And you almost touched on a question that I was thinking about. I read where you guys were a little horseplay, you guys punching each other, carrying on.
Yes, sir.
Were you guys doing drugs at the time?
I had drunk 8 bottles of Mad Dog 2020 and been smoking weed all day.
Smoking weed. What about the victim?
He had a 40 ounce in his hand.
He wasn't smoking, doing any drugs either.
He was drinking.
Okay. What about the second guy? You went down to the Kmart or whatever. What happened with you and him? What you said you argued with him earlier. What was going on with you and he?
He had owed me some money, and I went for the retrieving, and he a few days prior to that, he didn't want to give it to me. So I was on my way running, I seen him and I had stopped and shot him.
I see. Okay, I have no more questions.
Question.
You said that on your way, they said that you waited for the second victim, Mr. Williams, to leave the store.
Yes, ma'am.
So it really, you didn't just accidentally run into him. You actually waited for him.
Yes, ma'am.
So it was as cold-blooded as your other murder. And then in the coroner's report, it was 2 gunshots to the head, close range. So that was very deliberate. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the second, the other man, he begged for his life. So that was very deliberate. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because I mean, he bled to death. And to the mothers of both of the victims, you know, and the family members, you know, I expect my deepest sympathy to everything. Is there anything else you'd like to explain about those 2 incidences? Because from what I read, they were back to back. They were very deliberate. You were mad. You were angry. And you shot them, you killed them.
Yes, ma'am. I was full of Mad Dog 2020. I had drunk 8 bottles and been smoking marijuana all day.
Okay. All right, that's all I got to say. Okay.
Mr. Marchand, I see in 2018 you had a flurry of write-ups. Did something happen in your life, or did you lose a family member or something? What was going on at that time?
2018.
Yes, sir.
I had got disposed of tuberculosis, and they give me iron 8, and it just messed me up. I know I had tuberculosis. They had me taking the medicine, and I just reacted bad.
Okay, because I mean, before that, you hadn't had a write-up in 13 years, and all of a sudden that happened. I was just curious.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Let me just let you know, Mr. Marchand, that you do have opposition in the record. We have numerous letters of opposition. We have opposition from the district attorney's office in East Baton Rouge, and they say that it's insufficient time served for killing 2 people. Also, opposition from law enforcement. But we also have several letters, numerous letters in support of your application for clemency, including we did receive some comments, positive comments by Warden Benoit at the penitentiary in favor of your application. I needed you to know that. I don't see any other questions on the board, so.
Yeah, I would, how long have you been at the police barracks?
Since 23.
Okay, all right, that's all.
All right. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Marchand. I think we're prepared to vote. I'll ask for Mr. Tillis's vote first.
My vote's gonna be to deny it today because of law enforcement opposition and the family.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur with Mr. Tillis, but also not enough time served for 2 consecutive life sentences.
Mr. Prater.
I concur.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
All right, Mr. Marchand, you received 4 votes so far to deny your application. So that's the outcome of today's proceeding, is that your application has been denied. Keep doing what you're doing. You're doing well. The captain speaks highly of your work, so keep doing it. Good luck to you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Captain, we're going to sign off at 9:32. Thanks for accommodating us today.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. The board is reconvening. We're now at the Louisiana Correctional Institute for Women. Today's Monday, April 21st, 2025. It is 9:41 a.m. We do have quite a number of people for this next hearing, and we're bringing them in the room. But while we're getting them in, we'd like the staff at LCIW, please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Kristen Thomas, Warden.
Tara P, ARDC Manager. Afton Gatti, ARDC Supervisor. Lieutenant Spring, Lieutenant.
All right, thank you. And could we get Miss Austin? Would you introduce yourself for the record?
Hi, I'm Monchelle Austin. My DLC number is 585578.
All right, and you have your attorneys are there with you at LCIW? We'd like them to introduce themselves.
Good morning. I'm Emily Chambers from the Tulane Domestic Violence Clinic. I'm a student attorney supervised by Ms. Tommy.
All right, and you will be presenting at the appropriate time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So we also have Ms. Belshami and Emily Beasley, who are also both with Tulane.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for being here. Let me acknowledge the folks who are here with us. Well, also you have your sister there with you at LCIW, two sisters. 1, 2, 3 sisters, Tiara, Georgia Drika, and Tasha. I'm sorry if I've mispronounced the names. In support on Zoom, we have Mr. Kerry Myers here with us in Baton Rouge in support. Gabrielle Bowie, Laura Bowie, Ruth Morrow, Stephanie King, Father Johnson, and LaRonda Bowie. Here also with us in Baton Rouge at headquarters, we have in opposition Angela Miles, Jeffrey Miles, Gary Glover, Tanya Blunt, Terry Lewis, Giselle Lewis, Denise Lewis, Mikhail Lewis, and Coronda Blunt. Also joining us by Zoom is a representative from the DA's office in East Baton Rouge Parish, Ms. Tracy Barbera. So, Ms. Austin, before we get started, let me just enter some information into the record. As stated, your DOC number is 585578. You're here this morning before the Pardon Board because you've submitted an application for a commutation of your sentence, and you were sentenced in East Baton Rouge Parish in the 19th Judicial District. September of 2011, you received a 25-year sentence for a manslaughter conviction. You're not eligible for parole, but your good time mandatory release date is June 26, 2030. Is that information correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before we hear from the folks who want to speak today, we hear from you first, Ms. Austin. Tell us, why are you in prison? Why are you seeking a commutation of your sentence, and why do you think we should vote favorably for you today?
I am in prison because I was in a relationship, and I stabbed and killed my boyfriend, which I have been living with from that day. I am seeking commutation because I do realize that I've done something wrong, but I would like to give everything back that I've learned. I came to prison hurt, but I came to prison and I wanted to better myself because of the reason why I was here. I came here for hurting somebody, and it is something that I never wanted to do again. So when I made it to prison, I made it my mission to learn how to better myself, how to not go down the same path. I'm asking the board to grant me favor because I cannot give back the life that I've taken, and I'm very sorry for that. But I would like to be able to give back to my community, to help people not end up in the same situation that I ended up in, be able to talk to young girls and women so that they can know when it's time to leave, so you don't end up hurting somebody the way that I've hurt his family, the way that I hurt my family. Just to be able to not have a repeating cycle for so many other people. I just want to be able to give back, just to show people that I'm not the person that I was when I came to this place.
Thank you. Warden Thomas, what can you tell us about Miss Austin?
Yes, ma'am. Monchelle is actually a minimum 1, so minimum security MH. She's worked at headquarters. She works actually now with some of our mental health inmates, mentoring and being a guidance for them. She's not had a write-up since 2019. She spent a good bit of her early years with us. She already had a diploma, but spent some time with vocational trades and welding and furniture restoration, and had started heavy equipment. So we really do not have any trouble with Miss Austin. I know she has a lot of family support, which a great deal are here. So that's always a good thing. But also Mr. Myers, I think, will speak to her residence plan with parole project. So I won't really touch too much on that because I know he goes usually quite in depth on what her plan will be if she is granted. So, but like I said, we really do not have any trouble with Miss Austin at all here at the facility.
Thank you. All right, so let's hear from the parole project, Mr. Myers.
Good morning, Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project, here in support of Miss Austin. Parole Project is prepared to provide Miss Austin transitional services should she be granted and made release eligible or parole eligible. We're committing to a minimum of 6 months in residence where she'll have the opportunity to essentially have full-time case management, a mentor that will help guide her through this process. She'll have the advantages of working with our social work staff to connect her to any additional services she might need, counseling or other critical services. She'll have the support of the programming that we offer. She has been incarcerated now for more than 15 years. She'll have the advantage of technology, financial literacy, social norms, consumer skills. She'll have this at the same time. She's very employable. So she'll be working with our employment team to make sure she is gainfully employed. As you know, or you will see, she has also extremely strong family support. So while we commit to a minimum of 6 months in transitional housing, we want to make sure that her transition is smooth as possible, and that she lands on her feet completely, and that we believe Ms. Austin is an excellent candidate, and we ask this board to consider these factors in granting her recommendation today.
Thank you. Also here today, speaking in support, we have, well, there at LCIW, we have, is it Tasha Austin?
Tasha Austin.
Tasha, we'd like to hear from you.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. I just wanted to say my sister has always been the one to help everyone in the family. Friends, co-workers. She's always made sure she look after people even in time of need. She loved. If she needed somewhere to live, she could come stay with me. I would have a place for her. It's just a lot. I could never really put in words of how much she means to her family, her friends. I understand this is a hard decision, and
I think we've lost our audio.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to cry. I'm trying to keep it together. I just think that she would be able to come home and help anybody in a situation. She will be able to help. I hope she's granted her freedom and able to come home. It would be really a relief for the family. I really don't know what to say, and I don't want to hold you up too long. But thank you for even seeing her this morning. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, and we appreciate hearing from you. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Father Johnson. We'd like to hear from you.
Good morning, Father Josh Johnson. I'm a priest of the Diocese of Baton Rouge and a pastor of Sacred Heart of Jesus Church and School. I'm a classmate of Monchelle Austin. We were in high school together and at Southern University. I've been keeping tabs on her through her family, our mutual friends, and also through her attorneys. And I'm very pleased with the progress that she's made since she entered incarceration. As you all know, one of the goals of incarceration isn't just to make penance and reparation for our offenses, but it's also to experience rehabilitation. And I do believe that she's experienced rehabilitation during her time of incarceration. As a diocese of Baton Rouge and as a church community, we are prepared to support her as well, because we have a number of resources available to help her to both receive more formation through our women's support groups at the church and the diocese, through ongoing counseling and therapy, and also through initiatives to help her to give back to our community. We work with a number of apostolates that serve inner city youth who are at risk, who come from socioeconomically depressed communities. We believe that Monchelle has a lot of gifts, talents, and resources that can be used to help other youth in our community. We also work with the Hospital Sisters of Mercy, who work with women and Mother Teresa of Nuns, missionaries of charity, work with women and children. And so we have a number of opportunities for Monchelle to give back to our community. And we are also prepared as a church community to help her to have resources for employment opportunities, so that she can use all the gifts, talents, and resources that she had before prison and that she gained during her time in incarceration to give back to our community.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Chambers, we'd like to hear your presentation, please.
Good morning. I want to begin first by acknowledging the pain and the grief that Mr. Blunt's family have experienced and that they continue to experience. And I want to echo Ms. Austin's recognition that there is no amount of words, actions, or accomplishments that can be measured against their loss. Every day for the last 15 years, Ms. Austin has felt profound remorse for taking the life of Hyson Blunt. Judge Johnson, the 19th District, said clearly at her sentencing that not only did he not believe that Ms. Austin desired the death of the victim, but also that he believed, quote, she is remorseful about it, and that if she had to do it over again, she would not. Ms. Austin understands that there is no amount of time that will make up for what she has done, and that the only way forward is to put in the work to make sure that something like this never happens again. The Ms. Austin who sits before this board today is someone who has put in that work. She is described by everyone who knows her as a peaceful spirit, a supportive friend, sister, and aunt, a caregiver, and a kind, generous, and selfless woman. Today, I'm going to address her rehabilitation and her thoughtful reentry plan. Before I do that, I want to clarify something Ms. Austin said about her relationship with Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt was physically abusive towards Ms. Austin. She tried to leave him several times during the relationship, and each time, his violence toward her escalated, including on the night Ms. Austin killed him. Ms. Austin had never had healthy relationships modeled for her, as both her mother and her sisters were in abusive relationships at the time. During her time in prison, she has worked specifically to ensure that she understands the nature of domestic violence, ways to identify its hallmark, and tools to create healthy relationships dynamics. Now I'd like to talk about Ms. Austin's profound rehabilitation. Ms. Austin has thrown herself into prison programming, earning over 40 certificates, 26 of which are self-improvement programming. Ms. Austin has taken classes to address the factors that led her to prison, She has taken domestic violence programming through My Sister's Keeper to help identify and avoid relationships like the one she had with Mr. Blunt. She has taken anger management and cage your rage to learn how to de-escalate and walk away from tense situations. She has found community with Kairos and has learned how to process her emotions in healthy, productive ways. She's had only 6 write-ups during her time at LCIW, the last of which was over 6 years ago. Ms. Austin has also obtained a technical degree in welding from Baton Rouge Community College, taken digital literacy courses, and focused on building skills that will help her return to the workforce. Ms. Austin has also served as both a formal and informal mentor for other women at LCIW, and she has been a dedicated volunteer, from helping other incarcerated women during family visits to crocheting blankets for the Olive Branch Senior Home. In addition, Ms. Austin has a strong reentry plan with the full support of the Louisiana Parole Project. Her long-term goal is to put her passion for welding to use, but she also has a plan in the interim to work with her sister at Chick-fil-A in Baton Rouge. Long-term, she hopes to live with her sister, Tashay, who just spoke, but she hopes to utilize LPP transitional housing to start. She also hopes to continue with programming and to take advantage of all of the support the Parole Project has offered. Her goal long-term is to work with girls and young women to help them identify and avoid domestic violence early on. She knows from her personal experiences that this problem often starts from a young age, and that for many women, it is the only example of a relationship that they have. She's already made inroads with the Sacred Heart of Jesus Church in Baton Rouge and its pastor, Father Johnson, who has invited her to help the youth in his ministry. There is no amount of time long enough to make up for someone losing their life, but Ms. Austin has spent her time doing everything she could possibly do while she was incarcerated to gain insight into her actions and to prepare herself for reentry. She has been an asset to her community within LCIW, and she knows that she can be an asset to her community outside as well. Ms. Austin has been evaluated as low risk since she has been at LCIW, and she has a thoughtful reentry plan. She has family ready and willing to support her if she were to return home, and she has demonstrated that she is ready for release, and that the energy she poured into serving others at LCIW can now better be used to support and serve her community on the outside. We ask this board to recommend her pardon, and thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. All right, now we'll hear from the opposition, and first we have Angel Miles. Step up to the podium, please. Can I read that? Sure.
My name is Angel Miles, and I'm writing this, I'm saying this because on behalf of my little brother. She wants clemency or probation. I don't think she should 30. Because only she had one night, she had 2. If he wanted to leave, one of the things she had to do was let him leave. My brother cannot get up out of the cemetery and walk around in their freedom like she wants. So I don't think she should 30 nothing. If you love him, you wouldn't have done it. If he got one night, why would you go back and get another? If you didn't mean to kill him. So she wants that, but that's not what we. Who knows? My brother could be married, have kids. We would never get that chance to meet. He wants to be with his family too, but he can't. She won't go home to her. But you can't have him. So I don't think she deserves anything. If you look at that whole thing.
Also, we have Miranda Blunt. Jim, speak. We have a representative from the DA's office, Ms. Barbera.
Good morning, Chairman Renata. Thank you. As Ms. Chambers stated, Judge Johnson did take several things into consideration when he sentenced Ms. Austin, and the sentencing transcript is very clear. I would just remind everyone that the range in this case was 0 to 40 years. And Judge Johnson determined in his discretion that 25 years was the appropriate sentence, and obviously took many things into consideration that Ms. Chambers and Ms. Austin represented to you today. As you all know, there is a good time release prior to her parole eligibility date. And we would just respectfully ask that Ms. Austin stay where she is and continue serving the community at LCIW in the manner she has been doing. That is very much appreciated and recognized, but we believe strongly that she still has accountability, that she needs to serve the additional time until her release on good time. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Austin, your case has been assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer any questions he has?
Good morning, Miss Austin. How are you?
I'm here, sir.
Good. I went through your file. I want to ask you several questions. Say the officer responded to a gunshot. Was there a gunshot?
No, sir.
You also said, and tell me, you've been trying to do a lot of things to better yourself. What have you been doing to try to better yourself since you've been incarcerated?
I've taken a lot of classes. I have also done vocational classes. One that is really dear to my heart is welding. It was a passion that I found while being incarcerated that I probably never would have found while being at home. I took a class called Sisters Keepers that an officer here has started. She is a victim of domestic violence, and she also lost her daughter to domestic violence. So she teaches how to know or recognize, when something is being domestic, because it's not always physical. She taught us how to understand psychological and, financial. I've also taken victims impact, which not only moved me, but it helped me to understand the pain that I've caused his family, which I already know because I feel the same pain. But it helps me to empathize that no matter what I do or what I say or what I ask for, he will never be able to come home. He'll never be able to see them again. And for that, like, my heart hurts. So I have just, been trying to be my best. I talk to the younger offenders when they come in, if they, start acting up. I just try to be a role model because nobody needs to be in a place where we're already, incarcerated and still be having a mindset to where it's not time to change. Because at some point, we all need to better ourselves. So I've just been doing my best to be a better person, to help people be and help other people be better.
Thank you. How long did you and your boyfriend live together?
I got with him when I was 18. I think the first time we moved in with each other, I was 19 years old. And then we lived in different places a lot. There was a time that we weren't together, maybe it was about a year and a half that we were not together, and then when he came back, we moved right back in. So we always lived with each other.
How long? About how long? Off and on, 2-3 years.
Yes, sir.
2-3 years. So did you guys, and I read where he punched you. You say he punched you?
Yeah.
Where did he hit you?
Where did he hit me? In the face.
Okay. So you guys had confrontations quite often?
Yeah. Over the years we had a lot. It didn't really become physical too often, but when it did become physical, it wasn't as bad until the night of when I killed him. Like, it was just different that night. Like, he was just a totally different person. Like, the way he fought me, he had never fought me like that before.
I see. I read where you say he was coming towards you. How did you end up stabbing him? You tried to stab him or?
I
what
did. I wouldn't say I tried to stab him. When he came forward, I just put my arm out. So as he was coming forward, I was moving forward, and that's how I stabbed him.
I see. Okay. Thank you. I have no more questions.
just a little bit more about, and Mr. Tillis covered a lot of my questions, because you said that actually, the physical aggression got started, and then you did pull a knife out on him, and he got the knife away from you, and then you pulled a second knife out. So, and when you didn't let it go, you grabbed another knife. So you must have been, what were you thinking to do with the second knife?
When he took the first knife, he was behind me. So I didn't know where the first knife was. So it wasn't that I was thinking to do anything with it. I just grabbed another one because I felt like I needed to protect myself because I didn't know where the first knife was.
Yeah, it says he reached around me and took the knife out of my hand, so I grabbed another. And then he started to walk towards me, and I stretched my arm out. But I didn't realize I had stabbed him until he pulled up his shirt and blood was pouring down his chest. I don't have any more questions.
Were either of you intoxicated on drugs that evening?
I wasn't. I don't know about him.
No alcohol involved.
Oh, black.
Sure. Go ahead.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Ms. Austin, I have just one, well, maybe a couple. In your application, you indicate that you were introduced to domestic violence at age 14. Can you explain that?
I had a boyfriend that he was a friend of my cousin, and I told him I didn't want to be his girlfriend anymore, and he took me around the building and he choked me until I almost passed out, until I basically told him that I would still be with him. That was the first time I ever experienced domestic violence.
Okay, so within your own home, there was no domestic violence issues in your childhood home?
No, my father used to abuse my mother.
Okay. And I asked that question because, we do instrument, it's called ACEs, which is an Adverse Childhood Experience Questionnaire. And I guess you answered these questions. And there was an indication in there that there was no domestic violence within the household. So can you just describe very briefly what happened in your house when you were a child?
Well, my dad was killed when I was 6, but I do remember I don't remember actually seeing it, but I remember my mom talking about how my dad used to abuse her. I know that for sure she lost 2 kids because he abused her. My sister that spoke, the middle child, she lost one before her and one after her from my dad abusing her. But like I said, I don't remember it, but I know, and I'm from hearing, what my mom would tell us that my dad used to abuse her.
Okay. And I think that's all I have. Mr. Pratt?
2 questions. Were the police ever called to any of your domestic violence situations at your house with this fellow?
No, sir.
Okay, so there's no record of that.
No, sir.
Okay, and when is your release date going to be, your first release date, when you gonna get out?
I think my good time date is in 2030.
Okay, so you're getting out in 2030 because of the state of Louisiana laws at the time, anyway, regardless of our decision today, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all.
Okay, let me just state for the record, you heard from the opposition from the district attorney's office. There's also opposition from law enforcement in, East Baton Rouge Parish. And the Judge Johnson indicated he was not opposed to, some relief for you. So, just so you know that. I don't see any other questions, Ms. Austin, so I guess we are prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis.
Um, I see the remorsefulness in you and you've been trying to better yourself. I understand that. My vote today is going to be to grant computation.
And it would be immediate parole eligibility is what you're granting?
No, yeah, immediate parole.
Okay. Mrs. Stapleton?
You have done a lot since you've been incarcerated and, man, this is very difficult because I do know that domestic violence does escalate and, golly. As Ms. Barbera said, it could have been a 40-year sentence. The judge reduced it to a 25-year sentence. If you get out on good time, your good time date will go to a 19-year sentence. So my decision today will be to not grant clemency so that you can get on a good time date.
Mr. Prater?
Deny this request because of law enforcement opposition and because of the length of time served. I think she needs to go ahead and finish up and get out 30.
Mr. Freeman?
I also feel that she's already had a break when she got 25 years, as Ms. Barbera stated. So that was considered the rough upbringing and the environment. So my vote at this time is to deny.
All right, my vote today, Ms. Austin, would be to, along with Mr. Tillis, to grant your request for immediate parole eligibility based on the work that you've done since you've been there and the support that you do have in the community. And that vote does not reduce your sentence. It just gives you an opportunity maybe for an earlier out date. But it requires 4 like votes today. So you've received 2 votes that were favorable, 3 that were not. So the outcome of today is that your application for clemency has been denied. Would you like to demand?
Thank you.
Board, that concludes our business at your facility. We're going to sign off at 10:14. Thank you for accommodating.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, the pardon board is reconvening. We're now at Elaine Hunt Correctional Center. It's Monday, April 21st, 2025. It is 10:25 a.m. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Dusty Bickham, Warden.
Christy LeBlanc, classification.
Joe Buttress, Assistant Warden. That's it.
All right, thank you. And let me just acknowledge we have lots of folks on Zoom today in support. We have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, who will be speaking. Ron Hicks also be speaking. Minnie Grady, Tanika Banks, Carmen Johnson, Anissa Webster, Richard Grady, Jayon Alexandria, Lachey Duhan, Sheila Jackson, Anthony Hinkle. And here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Daryl Waters, who will also be speaking in support. Here with us, let's see, Eugene Bakes, Orlando Alexander, Dalton Quiet, Tanaja Banks, Kiyashonda Alexandra, and Tiana Simon, also here in support. First, Mr. Todd Benn, would you tell us your name and DOC number?
Todd Benn, 384760.
All right, sir. And let me just read some identifying information into the record and we'll get started. So you're here today seeking a commutation of your sentence, Mr. Benn. You were sentenced in the 23rd Judicial District Court in St. James Parish in November 1997 for a life sentence for a second-degree murder conviction. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So before we hear from the folks who have indicated they'd like to speak this morning, Mr. Benn, take a moment. We want to hear from you first. Tell us why are you in jail? What did you do to get there? What have you done since? And why are you seeking a commutation? And why should we vote favorably today?
First of all, I'd like to take the opportunity to say to Brent Lee's family that I'm truly and deeply sorry for the crime that I committed and the hurt and the pain that I caused his family and his friends and loved ones, and also to the community in St. James Parish, who's also victimized by my inconsiderate and selfish act. I wanted to say to them as well that I'm deeply and truly sorry for that. I'm here to take responsibility for it. You asked about the crime next?
Yeah. Tell us what
I was at home playing Nintendo with my son, got a call saying that my daughter was in need of immediate help. I got a beep and I had 911 behind it. I left the house to go and check on my daughter, made sure she was well. I left on my way back. I was flagged down to the Club Paradise by one of my friends. I stayed out there for a few minutes and went into the club. By the time I decided to leave the club, I was being approached by one of my friends who said that my brother was being attacked. I exited the place to go and see what was going on with my brother. I heard one gunshot. People started to run. And about a few minutes passed, not even a few minutes, a couple of minutes passed, someone came to me and said that your brother has been shot. Immediately I looked across the street, there was someone who I didn't know had a weapon in his hand, and the gun battle started. I guess he thought that I was going to retaliate. I don't know this fella, but immediately a gun battle started between the two of us, and a lot of shots were fired. And when it was all over with, my friend Brent Lee was found dead.
And so tell us what you've been doing in prison to prepare yourself for.
I have, through my faith and the programming that the Department of Correction has provided, I had taken anger management, what I believe my initial problem with trauma healing, two concerns, my chief concerns. The treatment has caused me to become the man I am today. I have also taught several classes here, also coordinated a program called Sober Living, and I'm a peer minister here. I've taken anger management and also some classes to better myself and to make sure that the person that committed those acts no longer exists and won't have the opportunity to ever harm anyone else.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ben. And would you introduce, I didn't recognize your guests that you have there with you there. Would you introduce them for us?
Yes, ma'am. I have my cousin, Miss Ophelia, here, and I have my fiance, L'Oreal, here.
Or did you plan on either of those folks speaking on your behalf?
No, ma'am. Mr. Hicks is going to speak.
Yeah, I have the Parole Project, Mr. Hicks and Darrell Waters. I just wanted to be sure that that was what your wishes were.
Okay.
All right, Ward Bickham, do you tell us what you can about Mr. Ben?
Yeah, yes, ma'am, and fortunately for him, he's gonna be his best advocate in this situation. I can look at the record. I'm not real familiar with him, being that I'm interim here just for a few weeks, but just looking at his record, I don't think it's been since 2019 he's had a write-up, so he's been write-up free for that amount of time, and then of course he talked about his peer minister activities he's been doing and stuff. But from the staff I've spoken with here, he seems to be a good inmate doing good things.
Good, thank you. All right, now we'd like to hear from the Parole Project, Mr. Myers.
Yes, good morning. Kerry Myers with Parole Project, here in support of Mr. Benn's petition for clemency. Mr. Ben is the first offender. Matter of fact, we have known Mr. Ben for a very long time. He's an inmate minister. He's a graduate of the Bible College. He is a sober living counselor. He's done significant work during his incarceration. We believe that he is an excellent candidate as far as his preparation and his attitude. We will provide him with the services that he needs, including any assessments through our social work department. We'll assist him in employment opportunities through our reentry employment team. We will also provide him with, after nearly 30 years of incarceration, he's going to be coming into a different world. We're going to provide him with the services that he needs through individualized case management and programming that he will need to reestablish himself. We believe Mr. Ben has an extraordinary chance at being highly successful. And so we'd ask this board to consider the support system he has and his record and give him a favorable recommendation today.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks, can we hear from you?
Good morning, Chairman Renassa, and to this distinguished board. I'm here to speak on behalf of my friend and also a co-laborer in the gospel, Todd Benn. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on his behalf, a man whose life is a testament of rehabilitation, redemption, and responsibility. Todd is not the same person that he was entering into DOC, Department of Correction. He is a father, a brother, a loyal friend to many people. Today he stands before you, not just as an individual seeking a second chance, but a proven leader and a servant to his community, not only inside of the prison system, but beyond the gates of the prison. He also helps and mentor people, family members, friends that are in society that are going through different things in their lives. Todd earned associate and a bachelor's degree in Christian ministry, an achievement that reflects both academic discipline and a heart of service. This accomplishment is more than an earned college degree. It is a symbol of deep transformation and a commitment to living with purpose. I think that's one of the things that people that are being rehabilitated exemplify. that living with a purpose and responsibility. He has completed numerous life skill classes, invested in personal growth, and prepared himself to be a productive, law-abiding citizen. He understands responsibility and has taken the steps necessary to demonstrate a readiness for a new chapter in his life if this board grants relief. Behind his education and programming, Todd is a community leader. Among men around him, he offers wisdom, hope, and accountability. He mentors others, uplifts those who struggle, and walks daily as a man of integrity. His influence is evident, and his presence has made the difference in the lives of many, including myself. Your decision today is not just about the past, the present, or the future. It is about a man who has taken full ownership of the past and has dedicated to the present to becoming a better, doing better, and helping others do the same. I respectfully ask you to consider his growth, his leadership, and unwavering effort to make amends. Todd is ready to rejoin his family and contribute to society. In continuing his life of service he has already begun, I humbly ask this honorable board to grant Mr. Benn's request for clemency. Thank you so much for your time and consideration and for all you do to pursue justice and mercy. God blessings to you.
Thank you. And then we have Darrell Waters.
Good morning. Thanks for this opportunity. Each member of the board, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak for a few minutes on behalf of my friend Todd Benn. And Pastor Hicks just spoke. He and I pastored the church when we were both incarcerated at Angola. We actually co-pastored for over 20 years. Todd Benn was a member of our church, and he was also one of the ministers on staff there. So I don't want to be redundant, but I just want to say that Todd should be considered because of his readiness. And Todd had began this path long before what we see now was even available. Todd began doing the work when very few people were leaving Angola. I met Todd in 2022. We were both seminary students, and we have remained friends. Todd got involved in many programs, and he always participated in some leadership position. He was either a coordinator, mentor, or facilitator of various programs, as Pastor Hicks just shared. Another thing I would like to speak about is accountability. Todd Benn has always had a strong commitment to accountability. That is very important because when a person allows himself to be held accountable, that serves as a deterrent. And so whenever Todd would come up short, Todd would find me or Pastor Hicks or one of his other trusted accountability partners, and we would talk. And he would always bounce back. He's a very resilient person, very strong, and I love his sense of authenticity as well. Lastly, I'd like to speak about his family support. As we can see, he has family here. So Todd and I have become brothers. So I have a chance to meet the family later. So Todd always received this while we were incarcerated. Todd would talk to me about his family all the time, especially his children. And so because of that, Todd would always express to me that he felt this awesome responsibility to be his best and to do his best, try to achieve excellence so that he could model righteousness for his children and his family. So again, board, I thank you for this time, and I just implore you to please consider granting Todd Benn favorable decision. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Ben, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Good morning, Ben.
Good morning.
Let's see, let's get started with shooting into the crowd of people. Did you do that? Did you shoot into the crowd and kill somebody and shoot two other people?
I shot, yes, sir.
Okay. Because earlier, not today, but earlier in the record, I found where you said you were really innocent. You didn't think it was your bullets that killed the fellas, but you think it was now?
At that time, I wanted to be extremely sure who it was because of the shots, so many shots being fired. And I thought about it, whether it was my bullet or not, I had no business being out there firing a weapon anyway. I should have been trying to de-escalate the situation. And whether or not my bullet actually did it, I played a role in someone losing their life. And I'm truly and deeply sorry for that. Had I not fired, the firing stops. And maybe my friend will still be alive. So I'm much as responsible as anybody else. So I did shoot, and someone is not here because of it. I'm truly and deeply sorry for it.
Okay, well, good answer. Thank you. Of course, just for the record, you do have some opposition from the family. We've got some letters from the family that are in opposition of this request, and the DA is in opposition of it also. Let me ask you about some, because, well, I'll ask you and then I'll explain why first. One of our main jobs, if not our very first thing that we have to consider, is the safety of the public, okay? And so I need to ask you about some incidents that occurred to find out what kind of a fella you are deep down inside. I know that your record's kind of, you were charged with an aggravated rape one time, but you were not found guilty of that. You were just charged with it. You were charged with an ag battery, I think, that was dismissed, an attempted murder, being a principal to a murder. In other words, there was a lot of violence earlier before this particular thing that landed you in jail. Tell me a little bit about all of that. Were you just why?
Mr. Prater, I was not a good person prior to my incarceration. I needed to be incarcerated. I was not a good person at all. That's not the person I am today. As for the rape charge, that never happened. Those other instances, I was not a good person at all. And I needed the Department of Correction. I'm not that person anymore. I apologize for all of those instances where I have caused trauma to people. Department of Correction has provided the treatment I needed to get those things corrected. I have corrected them, and I'm no longer the person that done those things back then.
Okay. I know you've been in the ministry and associated with the Christian ministry since 2005. Help me to understand, and maybe the warden or somebody there in the room can help me understand, but on one of your forms that's filled out, computer generated form, let's see, I'll read the title of it. If Offender Annual Assessment Progress Report. And it says on that you have not been involved in any faith-based program participation since 23, 24, and 25, that you were not active. Is that just a typo or something, or is that?
Yeah, Mr. Prater, this is Warden Buttress. That must be a typo, because I can, my staff produces that assessment, and I can speak that he has been active in peer ministry. So good. I'm glad to hear that.
And then I noticed in 2017 through 2019, you had 9 different disciplines for contraband. What was it what was the contraband?
The contraband was cell phone. Okay. I let you in on my mindset then.
I had a kid that was going down the wrong path. And I felt a lot of guilt for not being there for him. And his mother was hysterical in the least about what may happen to him. And I tried, it was a poor decision on my part, extremely poor decision. As you can see, since 2019, I haven't made that decision again, but my mindset was to reach out to my kid and try to make sure that he don't end up in a place like this. So that was my mindset going into that. As you can see from 2019, I haven't made that decision ever again. So it's a very poor decision. But my mindset was to reach my kid before he end up in a situation like this, and the guilt I felt for not being there for him.
Okay. All right. Well, I appreciate that. See if there's anything else here I need to. Okay. All right. The final question is, when you shot into the crowd, did you intend to kill somebody? Did you intend to hit somebody?
My honest answer to that, sir, I was firing back at the guy that was firing at me. And
okay.
I guess I was trying to protect myself and protect everyone else from this madman. But I didn't want to see anyone killed. It was not my intention to kill anyone. It was to protect myself. And I'm sorry, once again, I'm sorry for that. I deeply apologize for it. It was inconsiderate and selfish. And I never do it again. That person don't exist.
Okay. That's all I got.
Thank you. Any other questions?
I just got one question. You know, we keep hearing you talk about your family and how close and stuff. Where are your kids?
One of my kids is incarcerated. Well, two of my boys are incarcerated. One of my daughters is in the class, and another one lives in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, because it's kind of funny, we don't have any of them here today. Okay, thank you.
I've got something, right? Yes, sir. Just to bounce off what Mr. Prater asked you, the person that was shooting at you, supposedly, I mean, he had a 38 and there were 3 shells there. And you had a 9mm and there were 8 shells that they found into the crowd. And also, we know we had a fatality. We had 2 injuries. And being a person that has worked with victims for decades, I've had crowd shootings where they were just listed as victims. And I know some of these victims that were teenagers in high school. One was a cheerleader, homecoming queen, everything. She became a quadriplegic overnight. The other guy, he was a power lifter, and this was just one crowd shooting. And he became a paraplegic overnight. Their lives ended that day. So I don't know what happened to the 2 other victims, but sometimes that word victim doesn't begin to describe the extensive injuries that they incur because of a crowd shooting. So you shot into a crowd 8 times. Just saying. That's all.
All right. I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote, Mr. Prater.
Excuse me. Is it okay if I say one last thing before you vote?
Yep. Go ahead, quick.
I fired, and I'm taking accountability for that. I fired at the guy that was firing at me.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Prater. Ready to vote?
Yes. Mr. Ben, I think that sometimes you have to count on your heart and your feelings and that sort of thing. And I think that 30 years with the way that you're describing what went on, which makes perfect sense. I think you're worth giving a chance to. My vote's to grant.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Ben, you know, like Mr. Prater said, your prior history scares me, but everything you've done since then is great. Terrific interview today. You answered all the questions very well, and I think you were trying to be straightforward in your answer. So my vote today also is going to be to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Tiller,
I concur with Mr. Freeman and Mr. Prater.
Ms. Stapleton,
I deny.
Mr. Ben, my vote would be also to grant your request to commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility. You've done very well. I was impressed by your peer ministry work. You're a sober living counselor, and you've really given back to your community. So on your behalf, we're going to make that recommendation to the governor. Good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All
Appreciate
right,
it.
Board, that concludes our business. We're going to sign off at 10:50.
Thank you. Have a blessed day.
All right. Thank you, Lord.
All right, the pardon board is reconvening. We're now at Louisiana State Penitentiary. It's 10:57 on Monday, April 21st, 2025. Are the staff at Angola in the room?
Yes. Can you hear us?
I can hear you, but your camera doesn't appear to be on.
Okay, we get it.
So while there we go, here you are. Would you, Warden, you and your staff introduce yourself for the record, please?
Yes, ma'am. I'm Darrell Bernard, the warden.
Rochelle Ambo, deputy warden,
And
Reginald Namarad, he's on his way to get the offender.
Okay,
Yeah, just a second.
and that's Mr. Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Johnson.
while he's doing that, I'm going to go ahead and acknowledge the folks who joined us here in Baton Rouge and on Zoom. In support, we'll have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, and family members, Kenesha Washington, Quinchana Smith, Danielle Washington, Angelique Downing, and Donna Jenkins. In position, we'll be hearing from Sheriff Greg Champagne, who's joined us by Zoom. Here with us in Baton Rouge, we have Phyllis Olson and Charles Jackson. In support, we'll have the Parole Project. There's the Zoom on YouTube rather in the background. We're getting some feedback.
They need to mute their phone, whoever got the Samsung.
I think they did. All right, we are just waiting for them to escort Mr. Johnson into the hearing room. Can they put the camera on Mr. Washington's seat? There we go. All right, Mr. Washington, good morning. Mr. Washington, can you hear us?
They're muted. Y'all are muted.
I think your microphone's muted, Angola. There we go. Mr. Washington,
Yes, ma'am.
can you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your DOC number.
Johnson, Washington, 85-245.
Right, Mr. Washington, while they were bringing you in, we acknowledge the folks who are here speaking in support and those who are speaking in opposition. So we're just going to go ahead and get started. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, let me just read some identifying information into the record first. Mr. Washington, as stated, your DOC number is 85245. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 29th Judicial District, St. Charles Parish. You had a first-degree murder conviction. You were originally sentenced in February 1974. You received a death sentence. And then in August 1977, you were resentenced to life without parole for 20 years. So you're currently serving a life sentence. Is that correct, Mr. Washington?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, before we hear from the folks that want to speak in support or in opposition, we'd like to hear from you first. Give us your statement. Tell us, what did you do? Why are you in prison? And why should we vote favorably for you today?
Yes, ma'am. First, I want to thank the board for granting me this hearing and giving me a chance to speak out to the victim family. Appreciate it. Thank y'all. And my condolences to the victim family. I'm sorry things happened with Mr. Jamel and all that. And I was nervous, I was scared, and it's just something that happened and it wasn't my intention or nothing this year. I'm sorry, and I know it 52 years now, like ain't gonna bring Mr. Alderberry back to life, and that my condolences to his family. I'm very sorry, I'm remorseful, and if something happened, I was, like I say, I was scared, I was fear. I shot Mr. Alderberry. And I'm thinking that when I seen what was going on, I panicked. I thought he was gonna shoot my dad. So I saw my dad ever made me shot him. I'm sorry it happened.
All right, so tell us how long you've been in prison and why should we vote for you today?
I've been in prison for 52 years. And I know that the board don't owe me nothing. I'm just here asking for mercy. After being incarcerated 52 years, I look back on the crime that I committed. Mr. Alderberry didn't do me nothing. I didn't know him. And I realized the man was just out doing his lawful duty job.
All right. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Warden Benoit, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Washington?
Yes, ma'am. As he said, he's been here 52 years. He's had a lot of DB reports in his time here, 161. His last one was in 20. It's like he had a little bit of marijuana in 2020. Nothing since then. He's had thinking for a change, 100 hours, anger management, substance abuse, and parenting skills. And he did the victim awareness and letter training.
Great, thank you. And I see we have the doctor there with us. Sir, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Washington?
Mr. Washington did have some troubles with prison when he first got here. He has changed quite a bit. He's been working as a orderly. First, he was working as an orderly at the BOQ, the sleeping quarters. And he worked there for a number of years. And then he got a job working in medical with the security people in medical. And he worked there for 2 years. And then lately, he's been working in the laboratory as an orderly. And he does it with a disability of being nearly blind. So he's got one eye, his left eye is completely blind, and he's got cataracts and a glaucoma in his right eye. So he uses drops right now, and eventually they're hoping to be able to do surgery for the cataract. And he might be able to see a little bit better. But right now he's got quite a bit of disability and still working. So.
All right, well, thank you, sir. We appreciate hearing from you. Let's hear from those who are in support. Mr. Myers with the Parole Project.
Yes, good morning, Chairman Renatza. Kerry Myers with Louisiana Parole Project. We're here in support of Mr. Washington's application for clemency. It's not only the time served, it's not only his age, and it's not only his disability, but Mr. Washington is not a threat to public safety. He has the support of Parole Project, who will help him through transition and provide him transitional services. He also has support from his family. When Mr. Washington, was resentenced a very long time ago, it was under a law that had allowed him to have parole eligibility in 20 years. That while that was restored to most people in 2017 because of his charge of first-degree murder, that he was not included in that, even though he was originally resentenced with parole eligibility. But he is here before you, and based on his continued work ethic, based on the fact that he is, at 52 years served and age 71, we know he is not a threat to public safety. we can help support this transition. We can work with this family. And we would ask this board to recognize that there's just continued incarceration for Mr. Washington. Serves no truly peniological purpose at this point. Should he be commuted and made release eligible, he certainly can get the support inside the community to help him in his transition. So we would just ask this board to consider those factors today.
All right, thank you. And then we have a niece that wants to speak. Quincena Smith.
Yes, ma'am. Quincena Smith. Good morning to you all. I, along with my family, my mother, which is his sister, his nieces. Also, we have family members on YouTube watching as well. I'm his oldest niece. I would like to say that my Uncle Johnson has changed. He is no longer wild. He's not young. He has grown spiritually and mentally. He's very remorseful for what he did and very apologetic to the family of the victim for the hurt and pain he caused. Me, along with our family, will do our best, and I mean our best, to help him along the way if you all would favor and grant him to be released. We know that the parole project will help him with his needs as well. My uncle, you know, he's been there for over 50 years. I remember as a young girl coming along with his mother to see him, which prayed much. I witnessed her praying much. This week would be her birthday, and it would be such a wonderful thing if this could happen for him. He's much loved, very much loved. His family loves, and we miss him so much. So I'm asking that you all would please consider my uncle, my mom's brother, my uncle's brother, a pardon to be released so we can tend to him. As you all know, he's blind in one eye. He's 71 years old, and we just want him home, but we can do our best, like I said, to take care of him along with the parole project. Thank you all for this opportunity.
Ma'am, thank you for speaking with us this morning. We appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
I have no other speakers in favor, so we'll hear from the opposition. Sheriff Greg Champagne. I think you're still on mute, sir.
Okay, is that all right?
Sir, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. First, let me say and get this out of the way. Obviously, and I'm sure as the board has heard this many times, whenever you have tragic situations, especially involving a murder of a person, and especially the murder of a law enforcement officer, there are victims on both sides. And so I do have empathy for the family members who are here. I don't blame them for appearing, but I just want to present another side to the story. The St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office has been in existence for over 200 years. In the last 100 years, we have had 4 deputies who died in the line of duty. Only one was violently murdered, and that was Deputy James Allen Auterberry. That was, at the time this happened, I was a teenager, 16, 17, finishing up my high school years. And while it's not Mr. Washington's fault, a chain of events happened that evening. As they were taking Deputy Auterberry to the hospital, the ambulance, for some reason, it was right at dusk, in Luling, swerved, and my aunt, who was on the side of the highway, crossing the highway, River Road, with her boyfriend, was struck and killed by that ambulance. That is not Mr. Washington's fault. That is a byproduct of a chain of events that were set in motion. I became an assistant district attorney in 1982. I handled virtually all of the post-conviction appeals of Mr. Washington's case. I've been living and seeing this case for that period of time, 44 years. Outside my window of my office here, we have a monument with the 4 deputies who've been killed in the line of duty. Deputy Auterberry's picture is there. We're reminded of this Every single day. Every single day, we see his photo there. We're going to honor him again at our annual memorial in about 2 weeks. We will never forget him. He had also, in addition to his sister Phyllis, who's there, who I know very well, and her companion, he had a widow, Sylvia Chauvin, who worked for the St. Charles Parish Sheriff's Office, subsequent to Deputy Orderberry being killed. And she emotionally has just not been able to handle this since that time, all those years. She could not even attend the memorials. I think we convinced her to go to one because she just could not bring herself to emotionally deal with losing her husband, and they were basically newlyweds in their 20s. A threat to public safety is not the issue for us. I think there are a lot of inmates who may have committed violent crimes who may not be a threat to public safety now. The issue is justice. Mr. Washington had a death sentence at one time, and through, as this board is well aware, through the Supreme Court reversing those procedures way back then, he was relieved of that and got a sentence of life imprisonment. And our opposition is based on the fact that it is difficult now to even hire law enforcement officers. Everyone is having difficulty obtaining personnel to come into this job, especially in light of the anti-police rhetoric that has been going on for the last several years. I think the message it would send to the members of this agency to have the person who violently murdered their brother, even though it was years ago, released to society, I just think sends a bad message. And I think one that would be very difficult for all of us to absorb here in the law enforcement community. I do have compassion and sympathy for Mr. Washington at his age. I am glad that he has done things to hopefully improve his life, and our opposition is not based upon the thirst for blood or vindictiveness. It's based upon justice and the idea that if you murder a law enforcement officer, and the penalty is the penalty. And there must be accountability, and far too often in our society today, it just seems like everyone wants to say, well, we shouldn't be accountable anymore. Too much time has passed. This has happened. That has happened. There needs to be accountability. And I fear the message that a commutation of his sentence would send to not just law enforcement officers around, but especially law enforcement officers here in St. Charles Parish and Deputy Orderberry's families and friends. So for that reason, for those reasons, we speak in opposition to his commutation at this time. Thank you, Thank you, members of the board.
And thank you. We appreciate hearing from you, Sheriff. Mr. Washington, your case was assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions, please?
Good morning, Mr. Washington. It's still morning time. I have read hundreds of pages of your case, and I have thought about this and listened very closely to every speaker this morning and listened very closely to what you've had to say. And through all of that, I have not come up with a single question. So I don't have any questions.
Any questions? All right. I don't have any particular questions, Mr. Washington. We've heard from the sheriff and law enforcement community, their opposition, and Mr. Orderberry's family is here with us today. So I think that our interview with you has been concluded. So I think we're ready to vote. Mr. Prater.
Yes, ma'am. My vote today is to deny because of law enforcement opposition, because of victim opposition, and because sometimes, as the lady said earlier today, you just got to pay the bills sometimes. And I think in the interest of justice, as the sheriff said, that you need to spend the rest of your time right where you are. Glad you straightened your life out, but he's got to pay the bill.
Mr. Freeman.
I concur.
Mr. Tillis.
My vote is to grant to the Louisiana Parole Project. I think you have remorse, and I think you've tried to better yourself. So my vote today is to commute sentence and be released to the Louisiana Parole Project.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I concur, Mr. Prater.
My vote today, Mr. Washington, also is to deny based on the nature of the offense and the opposition that's been expressed here today. So today, sir, your application for clemency has been denied. Good luck to you. Right, good morning, Mr. Birdsong.
Good morning,
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, please.
Solomon Birdsong Jr., 102863.
All right, let me acknowledge some folks who have joined us today.
Okay,
Here in Baton Rouge, we have your cousin, Mr. Meister Matthews. He's going to be, he'll be speaking shortly. By Zoom, we have the Parole Project, Mr. Myers, also Mr. Norris Henderson, who will be speaking as well. We have by Zoom, Kelvin Deal and Anthony Kendall, and your pastor, Dr. Patrick Mead. In opposition, we have representing the victim, we have Mr. Kevin Washington and also a representative from the DA's office in Caddo Parish who will be speaking. First, Mr. Birdsong, let me just get some information into the record. You're here You're here seeking the commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the First Judicial District, Caddo Parish. In 1983, you received a life sentence for a first-degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, it's correct.
Right. Would you take a moment, Mr. Birdsong, and tell us what you did to get in prison? And why do you believe we should vote favorably for you today?
Well, first and foremost, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me this opportunity to be before you to seek your mercy. Also, I would like to take this opportunity to apologize to the victim's family, Miss Phyllis Bradden. Phyllis Bradden did not deserve my taking her life. During that period of time, I was committing making a lot of bad decisions. And during that time, I didn't have any direction. So I'd like to take this time to apologize to Miss Bradden's family. I did not awaken that morning with the intention of hurting or especially killing anyone. It was simply my intention to go and get some money. But as all plans do, they go awry. And when it went awry, I panicked. And in my panic and fear, I took the life of Phyllis Bradden. So now I'm before you because I didn't take advantage of the opportunities that my parents had given me. My parents didn't raise me to be one to hurt or take people's lives. And like I said, when I panicked, I made the decision, which was a terrible sin, to take the life of Phyllis Bradden. And that's not what I was raised to do. And I want to apologize to the victim's family for this. Like I said, it was just something I was just trying to do to impress some friends. But I'm here today because I did take the life of Phyllis Bradden, and I'm seeking a time computation in light of that, in light of my equipping myself now to be a better person. I owe it to Phyllis because Phyllis' life was valuable. I'm not in a position to take a person's life. She didn't deserve what I did to her. But since then, I've committed myself to being a better person. I realized that in order for me to be successful in this world, I got to utilize the opportunities that my parents and families gave me. I now realize that with my support system, the people whom are behind me, I could be a better person, and the things that I do going forward and have been doing will be a testament to the life of Phyllis Bradden and also to my dad who recently passed last month. I really disappointed him as well. He had a business that he started for me, and he had dreamed of me and him working together. I let him down in that aspect. And so in light of letting my dad down and taking the life of Phyllis Bradden, I've been committing myself to being a better person, to doing all I can to help others, and to just be the best person that I could be. I don't want my life to be defined as my worst sin, my worst decision. Like I said, I was making a lot of bad decisions during that time. And I didn't want to just be up under my father's guidance, so to speak. I thought I knew everything, but I didn't. And so with that said, that's the reason why I'm before you today.
Okay, thank you, sir. Warren Benoit, what can you share about Mr. Birdsong?
Yes, ma'am. I've known him since he got here. Solomon's a Class A trustee. He is a hospice worker. That's his main job. He takes care of the patients that are in hospice. He's had 49 write-ups in 42 years. He's on the Point Lookout project. He's a sign language interpreter. He's had trauma healing, victim awareness, anger management, thinking for a change, 100 hours, and IC3. He's no problem. He's never really been a real bad disciplinary problem since he's been here. He's kind of like you see him every day, what he talked to you today about. He's he is a good inmate. Does a good job. He's a good inmate leader.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. Hear from the folks who want to speak in favor. First, we'll hear from the Parole Project.
Thank you, Chairman Renat. Good morning. Kerry Myers with the Louisiana Parole Project here in support of Solomon Birdsong's clemency petition. Warren Benoit summed his community service up. I think Solomon has dedicated his life to helping other people since his incarceration. Lookout Committee, hospice, reentry program. He has not only done those things, he's done things to improve himself. He was 19 years old when he committed this crime, and as he's shown his sincere remorse for this, he's been incarcerated for 43 years. We believe at age 63, he's still in good health. He's still employable. Solomon would be an excellent candidate for our program. We understand the things that he will need to be successful. We will help him through that transition by providing all the services that Parole Project provides. We'll make sure he's connected to the services that he needs. We'll make sure that he has the one-on-one mentorship and case management that he needs to reacclimate himself to a world that's absolutely different from the one he left. Based on all these things and the comments from the warden, the work that he's done himself, we just asked the board to consider Solomon's favorable application today.
All right, thank you. Mr. Henderson.
Good morning. It's 1 minute before noon, but good morning. And I won't belabor the point. I think Warren Benoit and Kerry really hit the nail on the head about who Solomon is. I've been knowing Solomon for 42 years, 20 years inside with him, and the 22 years that I've been released from prison. And to see the thing, I was in Spruce Grove when Solomon showed up, and have watched his trajectory over the years, how he's grown and have matured into a young man. And kind of like the following our footsteps in the sense of, I was one of the guys who helped start the hospice program. Kerry and I were one of the guys who helped start the Permanent Lookout Committee. And to see Solomon doing those very same things, giving of himself, and the thing that Solomon took part in all the JCs, Toastmaster, Civics Project, all those things to better, not better just himself, but the folks in the environment around him. And one of the things I always take away from hospice was that hospice is not a job. Hospice was a calling. Everybody can't do hospice work. We had folks who did direct patient care and some people who just could do the administrative side of hospice. And I'm really proud of Solomon, who had become. I'm kind of like really heartbroken that he lost his father. His father couldn't be here for this day. Hopefully that this board take into consideration, you can't negate the fact of what caused Solomon to be in prison, but all the things he have done to better himself and to contribute to the environment that he's actually been in. And the fact that, Warren Benoit, like I say again, he captured the whole thing. Solomon is, given the environment that he in, has kind of like the old cliche, he's taken the lemon and made lemonade. And so I would hope that this board would take all these factors in consideration and offer a recommendation to the government on his behalf. Thank you.
Go ahead, Tanya.
Thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
I was hoping I could make a quick statement. I'm Tanya Faust, a registered nurse. I'm with the hospice program over that. And Solomon has been in our hospice program. And as everyone has mentioned, this is not something that you just go into lightly. It's a calling. It's a true passion. He has been in this program and he takes lead. He's completely compassionate. He is always got a smile on his face. He brings a great positive energy to everyone that he encounters in our program, and they look very much forward to seeing him. He is also our secretary over the hospice program. Takes a lot of time in making sure everything's organized to make sure that our offenders are taken care of, and that there's always someone in there taking care of them in the event of vigils. Make sure that they're going in their rotations, and that no one, our motto is no one dies alone. And we try to make sure that people are in those rooms with those offenders as they're passing away. And Solomon has brought a tremendous amount of knowledge, compassion, and just, he's truly amazing in our program. And we're very, very grateful that we've had him.
All right, thank you. We appreciate hearing those words. Here with us, we have Mr. Matthews, who wants to speak. Mr. Matthews, want to step up to the podium, sir?
All right. My name is Marchand Matthews, and Solomon is my second. His mother's my first. And I've been with him since he was a child. And one thing about him is this: once he committed the crime he did, I was very surprised because I didn't think that was his. So I knew him as a college student because I was in college and he was behind me. And so basically, yes, you do hang out with the wrong people. Sometimes you have bad company, but you do make your choices. And one thing, I've been visiting him for many years right now. We look at it like and so. And one thing I noticed that the different programs that he's been involved in, he is very proud of what he does. You can't change the past. You can only look to the future. And one thing I'm saying is this: I have noticed a change because basically we talk about things, not just what he does, but we talk about God. And what is his belief? Because basically you got to stand on it. You got to stand on what you believe in and what you do and what you're planning on doing. And I think as being relatively obedience, I believe that he has truly changed. And I believe that he needs to be released of whatever has he done to make life something better. Because I know I went to his father's funeral a few weeks ago, and I know his dad this. And I was somewhat disappointed, but I know he's a true cousin. He stayed with me for time to stay with my parents. And when he was in college, and I know that he was a good child, he was a good young man. Things in life, sometimes we take 1 second, we make things big about. And I think by him doing some of the things that he does, he showed me certificates and different things that he do. And I think right now I say that I am proud of him. He's not in a good place, but I'm proud of what he does. And I hope that God has something for him.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you being here. In opposition, we have Ms. Leona Fitzgerald. Ms. Fitzgerald.
Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Oh, it's still morning.
Good morning. Hi, thank you. Yes, I'm Leon Fitzgerald. I am here to represent the Caddo District Attorney's Office in opposition in this matter. It looks like, are there any family members of Miss Bratton? The hearing had already started when
We have Kevin Washington on Zoom. His brother is here, but he's not, and he'll be speaking shortly.
Okay. Well, I don't doubt that Mr. Birdsong is remorseful for what he did. I think that it is commendable, all the programs that he's availed himself to, and I don't want to take away from that. But I think we need to talk about Phyllis Bratton for a few minutes, and not just Mr. Birdsong. And Miss Bratton was a 20-year-old young mother of 2. She was working for a living as an assistant manager at the Pizza Hut. And as we know, her life was snuffed out in an instant because of Mr. Birdsong's bad decision. And she left behind a very loving family. She was the oldest of 5 children. And as I said, she was a young mother of 2 of her own children, and she had a husband, Mr. Bratton. This family has been beyond outspoken from the very beginning, going back to reports that were done shortly after the conviction, where Mr. Bratton, tried to convey the trauma that the family was going through and having to think of children growing up without a mother. And in fact, I think he even stated at some point that he wished that Mr. Birdsong had gotten the death penalty so that the family wouldn't have to be dealing with him possibly getting out someday. The family has been very active in the past. In 2017, they wrote statements to the board, and this has been an ongoing thing that they've still been having to face and suffer from, and be re-traumatized every time this comes up. In fact, I think one of Miss Bratton's daughters stated something to the effect of she didn't know if her mother could survive it if Mr. Birdsong were ever released from prison. And, I think that those comments and those issues should weigh heavily on the board because, these people are in a position that they did not create by any of their own doing, and they've had to adjust their life and to live without their loved one for all these years, just like Mr. Birdsong has had to adjust to life in prison. So I think that, I just want to reiterate how adamant the family is about this. And I think one family member, Ms. Washington, at one point described the news of a pending hearing for Mr. Birdsong as being like a knife in her heart. They raised their 2 grandchildren, and they had 3 minor children of their own when Miss Bratton was killed. And so, the words that I've seen over and over from this family are just anger, fear, devastation, sorrow. And so my office certainly opposes, because we feel that there are just some offenses that, cannot be atoned for. Mr. Birdsong can still live a fulfilling, productive life helping others in prison as he's been doing. And the family of Phyllis Bratton can still have the comfort of knowing that they are receiving their justice, that it's not a slap to the memory of their loved one. And, they advise that their pain has not lessened after 43 years. And I think that they deserve their justice and the sentence that was meted out originally to Mr. Birdsong, and that this is very appropriately a sentence to be served as life in prison. So thank you for hearing my comments.
All right, thank you. We appreciate it. And we have Mr. Kevin Washington with us.
Good afternoon. I'm Phyllis's I'm the youngest of the 5 kids. I'm the younger brother. When Mr. Birdsong took my sister away from me, I was 8 years old. My niece and nephew was 3 and 1. I still remember her best friend coming to the house, letting my mom know. I remember sitting out there in the parking lot of Pizza Hut when they brought my sister out because Mr. Birdsong took my sister from me. There's certain stuff you just don't get over. I understand that he's done better in prison, but oh well. But my sister didn't get that chance. She left us when we was little kids, and we grown up many years not wondering, not understanding how it would be to get to know her. My nephew and niece in the beginning was separated from them. Before they was able to have the chance to grow up together. My niece was with me. My niece grew up like me and like little sisters because of his actions. I understand that people remorseful later on. But at the time frame, the action, we should have thought about that beforehand. Our family has never recovered from that. There's been holidays and Christmases and birthdays and things that you can't just bring back. I can't imagine not being with my mom not being there for me, but especially when someone else had to hand to take somebody from me. It's different if my sister made the choice of doing something for him, but he did this. And I would never forget that. None of my family members, I know my sisters have wrote letters, and I've said many times before, he's lucky for me that he's here. Like he's even though he's made this crime, he's here and he still actually live in remorse for what things he did. But my sister would never be able to come back and know. I watched my dad for years. Now my dad is gone. He passed away a couple of years ago. But just still, you just don't heal from that. You don't want to be the parent that buried your kid. You just think all the time that you'll go before your child. And I sit there thinking to myself with my kids, I can't imagine having to do that same thing. So I asked you, board, I understand that he's okay. That sounds good that he's been doing well in prison. I'm happy for that. But that's it is what it is. It still doesn't change the fact that my family is still suffering, and we always will, because that's something we can never bring back. I just hope you consider that when you're making your decision.
Yes, sir,
Thank you.
Mr. Washington. We appreciate hearing from you this morning. Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Birdsong, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Yes.
Mr. Birdsong, when you entered that Pizza Hut, were you wearing a mask?
No, sir.
So, I mean, you had to think that somebody would recognize you since you had worked there.
As I said, according to all plans, they don't ever go according to plan. It was my intention just to walk in, and while she was distracted, walk in the back, get the money, and walk out the back door. But when I got in the back, she saw me.
Okay. And I have to admit, most of my questions, I mean, the warden covered them, Mr. Myers covered them. Your community service, which is just off the charts. And especially working with our hospice people. I mean, we want to thank you for that. Everyone needs, to have someone with them in their times of need. You've taken a ton of classes. Your clemency was denied in 2018. You do have opposition from the DA and the sheriff. Also, Miss Angela Washington and Mr. Kevin, as we just noted. The warden stated you had those 49 DBs, none since 2012. You got lots of letters of support from other Angola employees. And your interview was good. You told me everything I wanted to know. I'm glad that the victim coordinator did bring up Ms. Braxton. I think it needed to be brought up. Ms. Bratton was out there trying to earn a living, and she did have 2 kids, and that can't be forgotten. But other than that, I have no questions. Like I said, I think they've covered pretty much everything.
Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I don't have, yes. I did want to say that you working in hospice, that is a calling. That's not a calling that everybody can answer. And so that speaks very highly of you over and above all the other things you do. I want to commend you for that and thank you for that. I did listen, of course, to the district attorney, VAC, and then I did hear the Phyllis's brother. The man's still crying. Families are still crying over all of this, and her children and everybody else. And so, even though you're doing a wonderful job where you're at, and they've had a terrible loss that is never going to be replaced as a victim. And that's something I have to consider also. So that's all.
All right. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Birdsong. I think we are prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
Okay, Mr. Birdsong, this is a tough one because the victims are still suffering after 43 years. I don't know it personally, but I can imagine that pain never goes away. But on the other hand, like I say, you had a good interview, you've done everything. I mean, this is by the book, that's probably the best case scenario for what a prisoner can do, because you've done it all. Care for our hospice people, point lookout and everything. My vote today is going to be to grant and commute your sentence to 99 years with immediate parole eligibility.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Ms. Stapleton,
I deny based upon victim opposition, district attorney opposition, and the sheriff's opposition.
Mr. Prater,
I deny based on victim and law enforcement opposition, the nature of the crime. Killing somebody, leaving them in a freezer, killing somebody that you know, shooting them like that, just, I don't know when you paid enough dues, but it doesn't feel right yet, although I know he's remorseful and I know that he's doing good in prison and I really appreciate that. And I believe in forgiveness, but not forgetfulness.
Mr. Birdsong, my vote would be to grant your relief to the 99 years with parole eligibility. If you don't have any prior criminal history, I don't believe that you would be a threat to public safety. And I do appreciate the community service work that you've done, giving back to the community that you have. However, it does require, as you know, 4 votes. So you've received 3 that were favorable, 2 that were not. So today your application's been denied, sir.
Thank you.
All right, good morning. Still, Mr. Easter, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Ma'am, Demetrius Easter, 381074.
And let's see, with you, well, here on Zoom rather, we have Carrie Myers with the Parole Project, Ron Hicks, who both will be speaking on your behalf. You have your mother, Deborah Pierre, there with you. Also Deja Easter and Tara Easter. And then in opposition, we have from the Caddo District Attorney's Office, Ms. Leona Fitzgerald. First, let me just read some identifying information into the record. Mr. Easter, you're classified as a second felony offender. You're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the First Judicial District, Caddo Parish, to second degree, to life. You were sentenced in April 1999 for a second degree murder conviction. Is that information correct, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Would you tell us, take a moment before we hear from those who want to speak in support, tell us, why are you in prison? Why do you think we ought to vote favorably for you today?
First and foremost, I want to say I'm deeply sorry to the victim's family. I'm deeply sorry. And second of all, is that I'm a changed man. I'm not the same 18-year-old man that I was 28 years ago. I took self-help classes to identify the problems that I was having in my life and everything, and made sure that I surrounded myself by positive influence people so I can have a positive influence in my life to continue to do well and make corrections that were needed to be made in my life.
Warden Benoit, is there anything you can tell us about Mr. Easter?
Yes, ma'am. If y'all don't mind, Warden Ambo would like to talk about Mr. Easter for you.
Yes, I just want to let you know that Demetrius Easter has accomplished a lot since he's been here. He has the high set. He has trauma healing, 100-hour pre-release. He did CPR, construction site safety, HVAC, inside out dad, thank you for a change, victim awareness, victim accountability letter, financial literacy. He also has his driver's license since he's been here. For community service, he worked in Camp J during COVID-19 under Warden Benoit, and he also did special projects inside and outside of Angola. He's been a club president at Camp J. He worked for reentry before the COVID years. He worked for Men of Hope, and he attended Leadership Builders class. He's a hospice volunteer that feeds Ash 1 and Ash 2 medical dormitory. He has very, very good work ethics. He's very he cooperates very well. He's not a threat to security or, I think, to society. So I think that Mr. Easter is ready to re-enter society and become a successful citizen based on the accomplishments that he has done while he's here at Angola. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Faust, would you like to have a few words?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. Mr. Easter is, once again, with our program, you have to show a lot of compassion. He donates a lot of his time. He just goes above and beyond with anything that's needed. Anytime, I've ever asked him to assist with anything, he does immediately without any hesitation, and always is in a good, positive attitude. During COVID, worked in the same area as I did. We were sort of restricted to who and what the people that we were around. A lot of people came to that area that were from outside facilities and everything, and it was really nice to have some of our guys there that we could, we felt that we knew and we could trust that would take care of us in times of need over there. And he's just always been such a positive attitude, and really appreciate everything that he's done.
Mr. Nasser, I also want to add that Mr. Easter also speaks to the younger kids that come here on tours. He's one of our speakers, and he also speaks to the younger inmates that come in, the juvenile lifers that come in here. He speaks things positive, reinforcing to them, helping them get their stuff together so they can be able to one day come before this board and have a clean record and a better outlook of the crime that they committed.
All right, good, thank you. All right, let's hear from Ms. Carrie Myers, the Parole Project.
Well, it's still morning within 2 minutes, so good morning. So we're here in support of Demetrius Easter. I'd like to say all the things that have already been said about him, but I'm not going to reiterate all that. His community service, his programming, his record is outstanding, and that's why we're here today to support him. He was 18 years old at the time of his crime. While that's not legally a mandate for parole eligibility under Miller and Montgomery, the brain science is basically the same. He made an impulsive decision that was tragic, but he has the capacity based on the age to change, and he's shown that capacity to grow and mature. We're here to provide him all the reentry support he would need based on not only housing, but based on evaluations, working with our social workers, our employment team. At his current age is 46. He's physically healthy. He's very employable. He is, my understanding, he's either just started or waiting to enter HVAC school. Should this board give him a recommendation, by the time he might become eligible, he would have completed that. We just feel like Mr. Easter's trajectory has been one way, and that was up. And we just here to support him and ask this board to give him a favorable recommendation today.
Thank you. Mr. Hicks, Ron Hicks.
Well, thank you again, Chairman Renason, to this distinguished board. I'm the first to get the chance to say good afternoon. I want to speak on behalf of Mr. Easter. He is a personal friend of mine. I've known him and worked close with him over the years. But I just want to not only speak about his rehabilitation, but also about his consistent example that he set as a leader and a servant and a man committed to growth and change. That's very important when you see people that's headed up. And his trajectory has always been up. I've played sports with him. I've lived around him. I've interacted with him and watched him in several situations, how he conducts himself as a responsible, decision-making person that has changed totally. Demetrius is also a friend to many. He's known for his loyalty and compassion and his willingness to listen and lead with empathy. Inside the facility, he has become a respected community leader, as been stated already. He's consistently encouraging and mentoring the men around him, promoting responsible, accountable, and hope. He doesn't talk about change, he lives it every day of his life. The warden and Carrie has already talked about his education and what he's done, but as a person of faith, I have seen him enter sanctuaries at the prison over and over again, this seeking God and praying and being, there to encourage other men to attend worship services and be a part of, what is going on as it relates to religion. As it relates to his integrity and his courage, like the warden said, at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, when not only people in society was afraid of the unknown, but people inside the prison was afraid of the unknown, Mr. Easter stepped up and served the people that had tested positive and were separated from the general population, putting his life at risk to serve others. That shows the heart of compassion to those that are in need. That level of compassion and courage speaks volume about Mr. Easter's heart. He also contributed to special projects, as the warden said, for the prison administration, proving that he can be trusted and that he takes pride in contributing to the greater cause of things. In closing, Mr. Demetrius Easter has demonstrated growth, leadership, and a deep desire to make a difference. He is ready for a second chance, not just for himself, but for the people he will continue to serve. I respectfully ask this honorable board to grant Mr. Easter's request for clemency. Thank you so much and have a great afternoon.
Thank you. And then we have Ms. Deborah Pierre.
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I just want to say over the years that I've been coming to visit my son, I noticed the change in him, how he grew, the responsibility that he got on his shoulders. So I feel that he don't change the whole lot from what he was. The life that he was living, he got in a place, in a situation as to where God can use him as a tool. Not only for himself, but for others. And as the people were saying, he don't accomplish this. So he have dreams and he have desire to do the right thing.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for speaking with us today. Now, we'd like to hear from the DA's office now. Ms. Leon Fitzgerald, please.
Hello, yes, I'm Leone. I'm with the Victim Assistance Program for the Caddo DA's office. Our office would respectfully oppose clemency in this matter. This was, well, first of all, let's not forget that it's not just this murder charge that Mr. Easter had a previous charge for being in a large possession of cocaine that he tried to flush down the toilet, and he had been on probation for only 1 month for that whenever this murder took place. And one thing that I wanted to point out to the board that when I was going over the records is the number of write-ups that Mr. Easter had. And it looks like since 2017, he hasn't had a write-up, but prior to that, from 1999 through 2017, he had received 27 total write-ups. And they ran the gamut from contraband to fighting to aggravated disobedience and aggravated work offense. I don't know exactly what those terms mean, but the word aggravated certainly sends up a red flag. And in 01 and 02, there were even aggravated sex offenses that I don't have any further information about, but that's concerning as well. And so, you know, you could say that we could just start with 2017 because that's when he failed to receive write-ups on a regular basis. And so that's 8 years of acceptable behavior out of the last 28 years that he's been incarcerated. So I think the number of write-ups is very concerning. And then also, of course, I want to speak as to the victim and his family. Demario Jenkins was 13. He wasn't yet 14-year-old when his life was taken. And he wasn't the only person who was shot. There was another young man who was shot in the knee and a young man who was shot in the lower back and the abdomen, but they survived their wounds. 13-year-old Demario unfortunately did not. A house in the area where this took place also had bullets that hit the house. This was in a residential area. And so this is a big deal. I mean, he was basically in a car that drove around picking off human beings like they were having target practice. And so, again, I commend Mr. Easter. I think it's great how he's bettered himself and that he's apologetic towards the family. But this family is devastated. They have testified in the past. I'm not sure why no one is on Zoom today, but I feel like I need to reiterate some of the comments that they've made in the past. Whenever this case was going on, Demario's mother, Miss Cynthia, was very involved. She came to court. She was present for the trial. She wrote letters about the devastation of losing her child. I understand that she is deceased now. But there is a letter that she wrote back in 2017 where she says that she prays both day and night, asking the Lord to give her strength and courage to carry on. But it's very hard to carry on when you sit at home and think about your child, the way his life was cut short. And she goes on to quote scripture and ask why. And this was something that very much affected the rest of her life. Demario's sister, Sharnika, I believe is her name. She's been very outspoken in the past, in conveying just the agony that she has suffered and that her mother suffered at the hands of Mr. Easter. So, you know, like we spoke about in the last hearing, yes, has Mr. Easter paid some dues? He has paid some dues. Has he paid enough dues commensurate with what he did? And we firmly believe the answer to that is no. This is the kind of street violence that we want to stop in our community. It still happens all the time, drive-by shootings. We want a zero tolerance policy for that. And we want to send a message to young people that, you know, it's not enough to just be sorry later. It's not enough to be sorry later. You have to stop and think what you're doing now before you take a 13-year-old away from his family. So the DA's office respectfully requests that this request for clemency be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Easter, your case was assigned to Mr. Tillis. Would you answer his questions?
Good afternoon, Easter. How are you?
All right, sir.
I read your case, went through it several times. You guys were doing drugs that day?
No, sir.
You were not doing drugs?
No, sir.
Who was shooting with you?
Daryl Wesley.
What was the reason why you guys were going around shooting?
Well, we was at a park. We was at a park in another neighborhood playing basketball. And while we was playing basketball, we got into it with another group of guys. So when we decided to leave, a group of guys shot at us. And we went back to the neighborhood, got guns, and went back and shot at them.
I see. I have no more questions.
Okay. So you went back to shoot at them. So the person you shot was an intended killing, the drive-by, the one that,
Ma'am?
the young man that died, the 13-year-old that died, he was intended?
No, ma'am.
Area?
Ma'am?
He was accidental, the one that
Yes, ma'am.
died? He was
Yes, ma'am.
product of the drive-by.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then you had two other victims, one shot in the knee, one shot in the back, and his abdomen. Were they just drive-bys, or were they intended victims?
From my understanding, those was the guys that was with the guys that was shooting. So when we seen the guys that shot at us, we just started shooting back at them.
So those two were your intended targets?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you had a 13-year-old that was not your intended target, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That was the one that died.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My attitude about drive-by shootings and shooting into a crowd is just like we take with heroin and cocaine when it's possession with intent to distribute. It doesn't have a name.
Yes, ma'am.
And as many unintended victims. I mean, your victim shouldn't have been a victim, but anyway, you had the unintended victims. So none of this should have happened. It's the way I look at it. But while you're in jail, in prison, the work that you are doing, there's no telling how many people you will help by that work when they go out, that your message will plant a seed in their life that will save other lives.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
thank you very much for that work.
Yes, ma'am.
That's all I have to say.
Any other questions? All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Tillis.
Ms. East, I commend you that you've done. And I see the remorsefulness in you. And I hope that you continue your work. But my vote today is to deny.
Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote today is deny, and it's going to be due to victim opposition stated in the past in 2017, DA's opposition also.
Mr. Prater.
My vote today is to deny because of the age of victim, the number of victims, victim opposition, and DA opposition.
Mr. Freeman.
My vote is to grant. My vote would be to mute your sentence to 99 years because of the things that happened while you've been in prison. You've done a wonderful job. I know during the COVID, I personally was also down there with my people, and if it wouldn't have been for the inmates, there's no way that we could have controlled all of the different people we had at Angola at that time. So we thank you for that, and I do think you are remarkable. My vote is to grant.
All right, Mr. Easter, it takes 4 votes. You know, it's the out today. I will say this, that my vote would be like Mr. Freeman's. I'm really impressed with the things that have been said about you there today, the work you did with hospice, but also with the COVID. I believe you demonstrated growth and maturity, and I think I don't believe you're a public safety risk. However, the outcome of today's proceeding is that your application has been denied, sir. Good luck. Keep doing the good work.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Jones, would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number, sir.
My name is Ray Jones.
92526.
All right, Mr. Jones, good afternoon. Let me, before we get started, I'd like to acknowledge the folks who are here and they are in support. Norris Henderson, with the First 72 Plus, and your friend Anthony King. Mr. Henderson will be speaking on your behalf at the appropriate time. Mr. Jones, you are here seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Caddo Parish. You were in October 1979, you were sentenced to life for a first-degree murder conviction. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Mr. Jones, tell us then, before we hear from Mr. Henderson and we start our interview, we'd like to hear from you. Why are you in prison? And why do you believe we ought to vote for you today?
I didn't quite well hear that.
Why are you in prison? What did you do? And then why do you believe we should vote for you today?
Okay. Well, while I'm in prison, I had committed an offense that I was actually operating under a delusion of my mind. I was on PCP, which was a hallucinogenic drug. My loved one, we was going to get married. She had me a beautiful son. And I was fighting demons and everything, running the streets buck naked, attacking people. I was arrested. I was taken to the hospital. They was very outstanding officials that knew what kind of condition I was. They didn't take me to the jailhouse. They took me to the insane asylum there in the hospital. And they passed by the emergency room. It took about 8 of them really to get me on that floor up there. And when I got up there, I have the files. All the things that I'm telling you now, I've read in the files. When I come to my senses, I was there at the hospital, and they diagnosed me as acutely psychotic. I was about 2 blocks away from the incident. And officials, they saw what kind of condition I was in. And they said that they felt that I was on drugs or something of that nature. That's why they took me there. But basically, that was what it is. I started responding behind something wasn't there. I heard my lovely baby thinking I'm trying to help him. I'm fighting the devil, trying to stop him from possessing my child. I attacked his mother because she turned to the devil. This was a hallucinogenic drug. And then prior to when I pled not guilty by reason of insanity, they appointed 2 experts to examine me. They was the state doctors. My attorney didn't subpoena or didn't even appoint anything. But those doctors found me to be suffering from a drug-induced psychosis, which means out of touch with reality. I was out of touch with reality at the time of the offense. And in that case, those doctors never did go before the jury. My jury never heard them until in the sentencing phase of the trial is when they testified, and they put a whole halo around my trial. They talked in layman's terms to the jury and told them that I said he was on a drug PCP. Let me tell you what drugs PCP will do. It said it'll make you step out in the front of a Big Mac truck and try to stop it with your hand. It'll make you lay under the water and try to breathe under it. It'll make you pick up more weight.
We have all that, Mr. Jones. So tell us, since you've been in prison, what have you done and why do you think we ought to vote for you today?
Well, I'm considering myself as a model prisoner. In fact, back in 1988, the prison administration trusted me to go out into society and minister into the churches and talk to young people about my incident that I suffered here
And I feel that I was very, very successful with them because I didn't see none of them come here. And I'm in a place, in a position here as an inmate counsel. I've been in that position over 30 years and without incident. And I would have seen them come in here because they would have told me something about what they saw, met me out there in society. So I also, I went to a lot of things. A lot of people trusted me. I seen people, they gone now. They was good officials here. And they put me in a sort of like an incubator of activities of doing the right thing. And as you were seeing, my father don't have no kinds of bad write-ups or nothing since the 80s when I got in here. I was put in a position as an inmate counsel. Miss Raveley, a very outstanding lady, saw that I was someone that could be saved. And she put me in there. And she said to me, you got to walk beyond reproach, Ray. You're an inmate counsel. And I did that. I walk beyond reproach, even up to this day, as I speak to you right now. I walk the same walk. I live in an honor dome. I have no problem with rules and regulations. I was trusted out there in society on every occasion I went out there. I was on I hit the newspaper a number of times. I was at Bethany Prayer Center, which is the world ministry. I stood on there and I ministered there, like 4,000 some people there. I did a lot of things things inside the prison also. I worked here to try to help and give men hope. And I'm a Christian, and now I come out of a Christian family, but I wasn't a Christian at that time. Wasn't functioning. But now I'm functioning as a Christian. For 40 years, as you see on there, I go by rules. I walk beyond reproach. That's what I feel that you should give me this opportunity to return to society one more time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Warden Benoit, tell us about Mr. Jones.
Yes, ma'am. Well, he kind of went over what I was gonna say. He's 75 now, I believe. He lives in an honor dorm. He's a Class A trustee. Only 11 write-ups since he's been here. He's, like you said, he's kind of walked beyond reproach. He's been a model prisoner for us.
All right. Well, good to hear. Thank you, sir. We'll hear from Mr. Henderson. Mr. Henderson, what would you like us to know?
First of all, again, thank y'all for the opportunity to speak on behalf of Ray. I've been knowing Ray for a while. Ray and I worked side by side in the law library. I was a librarian. Ray was my assistant. And Ray's still in that position. I've been gone 22 years. But Ray also slept next to me in Ash 1. And so for at least 20 hours of a day, me and Ray was together. And so even to this day, I try to do what I can to stay in touch with Ray. And I told Ray, whenever this day comes, I will be present if I'm alive and well. And so I think Ray, again, Ray is not his crime is not the typical crime in the sense of what y'all have heard dealing with today. Ray was somebody who was under the influence of PCP, which is a very dangerous drug. And it kind of like just took over Ray. But I watched Ray for the 20 years I was there in the prison with him. And for the 22 years I've been gone, to see Ray walk the talk. You know, most people talk about things they do, but when Ms. Rabelais gave us all that job and that criteria, you have to be beyond reproach. I've seen Ray fall out with people because Ray wouldn't allow them to do things inside the law library. Normally people were kind of like, oh man, look the other way. And Ray was like, no, not on my watch. It ain't gonna happen. And so I believe in that Ray, given the opportunity, especially given his age and the integrity that he has, that Ray wouldn't pose a problem. Ray would be a benefit to our society more than a hindrance. Ray has a lot to offer. His ministry, he has a miraculous voice. He was a part of the Angola Gospel Traveling Band, that he was trusted to go out into society to minister to people in the various churches across the state. And Ray hasn't forgotten that. Ray still is about service to humanity is the best work of life. And Ray has always been willing to give up himself. And one of the things about that, once Ray actually studied the law and really became proficient in it, he had a more fine appreciation for what actually his circumstances were. And he never complained about, I didn't do something. His thing was, I done it but. And I done it but was the fact that had it not been for me being under this influence of PCP, this would have never happened. And so I would just ask this board to take all these factors into play. And this stuff is actually in the record about his psychosis. And I'm pretty sure that the stuff that all the testing and stuff that's been done over the last 46 years with Ray being incarcerated would also help give this board a better picture of how Ray has transitioned from that young man who walked into the prison in the late 70s, early 80s, to the individual that's been in prison for 46 years now. And I just trust and hope that the board really consider that factor when we look at this, because the victim in this case was his own family. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Ray, your case was assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay. All right, Mr. Jones. What kind of drug classes have you taken since you've been in there?
Well, I just got a chance to get in one. As a matter of fact, I was on the 14th of this month. I've been trying to get in there for a long time because I knew that this was one of the subjects that the board had expected. But I was told that I was ineligible. I put that in my package. You probably would see it there, in there, that they said that I was ineligible. And here lately, they gave me a chance to get in there, and I'm in there now.
Did you attend AA?
No, I didn't get a chance to do none of that.
This is making no sense to me. You blamed all of this on drugs. I see 0 drug classes. I see no AA, no NA. So, I mean, what happens if we smoke another joint with PCP?
No, I tried. I tried to get in. Okay. And matter of fact, I just got in and I was trying. Matter of fact, it was another guy that works with administration here named Benjamin. He talked to one of the peoples that work there, and they finally got me in there.
All right.
I feel it's important. Yes, indeed.
Okay. And I saw that you were questioned about a girlfriend's death in Texas. What was that about?
Yeah. I was younger then at that particular time, and I was doing a program there, and she and a friend of hers, they went out, and she came back. A friend came back, but she didn't come back, and it was a situation like that. They called us and they questioned us. They let us go after that.
Okay. And what about the rape charge in Illinois? What was that about?
That was the accusation. However, we never did get to a trial with that. My attorney.
Okay. Yeah. I'll for the record, you wasn't charged with either one of these. You were just questioned.
I was questioned, and I was there, but the so-called person, the victim, never did come back to court. They came one time. They saw me with a lawyer. I had a lawyer with me, and they had sent a person with me to me to get money, and I wouldn't give them the money. I told them I'll see them in court, and they quit going to court. Okay. And so my counsel told me, said, well, he's going to file a motion to get the case dropped because they had run across her. They had pictures of her of the individual. And that she had tried this before. She did it with mostly with married men.
All right, we can move on then, because then you wasn't charged or convicted.
Okay.
I will say that the victim, Ms. Baldwin, the mother, said you were not in your right mind and she's unopposed. The sheriff, the DA are opposed. I do want to thank you for being an offender counsel for your work you're doing at the prison with that. You know, this is a horrific event. I mean, it's a 2-month-old child.
Yeah, that's it. When my loved one, I loved him.
I have no further questions.
All right,
I have one.
Mr. Tillis?
Mr. Jones, how you doing? Can you hear me?
Said, how are you doing?
How I did it?
No, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm doing fine, sir. Thank you.
Okay. How long have you been incarcerated?
Ever since the 80s. Ever since the 80s. Around about 40-some years.
How many times have you done drugs since you've been there?
Not one time. Clean ever since that day. When that happened in my life, that did something. That was my turnaround in life. I really didn't need a program. When I lost my baby, that was enough right there to turn me around. I never live out of that. I couldn't live out of it. There's no way possible. I even, right today, I look at a child, the first thing I think of is my little baby. And I think, and he's in my mind, he's still a little baby. That's why I lost him. He was a baby. He'd be a man right now. I probably would have some grandchildren and daughters and sons.
I see.
But I lost all of that behind a bad selection in my life.
Yeah.
And took his life.
Do you plan
I'm
to?
very sorry for that.
Do you plan to in the future take some drug classes?
Drug classes? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that'll be good for me to take all of that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any other questions, Mr. Jones. I think we're prepared to vote.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
My vote today is to deny due to the heinous nature of the crime, and the subject has had no treatment for drugs, yet the crime was all over.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote is to grant.
Ms. Stapleton,
You said that you just now got into some drug treatment classes. Did you just say that you just now started drug treatment classes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. I do think you need that. I do know that PCP is it causes psychotic behavior and everything like that. But I agree with Mr. Freeman, the heinous nature of the crime, because after the baby, you went to go kill the mother too. I mean, you know, you beat her up and everything. So there were 2 incidences going on there. So today my vote would be to deny.
Mr. Prater.
I don't think that he's a danger to society at all now, and I think due to the length of time he's been in jail, my goodness. And I do know a lot about PCP. My vote would be to grant with 99 years, subject to eligibility for parole.
Okay, Mrs. Stapleton wants to
Yes,
reconsider.
I would like to reconsider. My vote would be to grant 99 years with subject to parole, clemency.
And Mr. Jones, my vote today also would be to grant your request to commute your sentence to 99 years. And my vote is based on your work at the prison. You mentioned Ms. Ravelay several times. I knew her and you listened to her. She was a good teacher to you. But more importantly, that Ms. Baldwin is unopposed and doesn't want to see you serve your life in prison. So we've got 4 like votes. So today we'll make the recommendation that your sentence be commuted to 99 years, sir, and that you be parole eligible. Good luck.
Thank you. Thank the board.
Right.
All right. Mr. Reese, thank you for taking off your hat. I appreciate it. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
My name is Eddie Reese. Eddie Lee Reese.
What's your
107705.
All right, 107705. Yes, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Reese,
Yes.
you're seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in Jefferson Parish in August of 1984. You received a life sentence for an aggravated rape conviction. Is that correct?
That's right.
So we don't have any visitors with us today, so we're just going to jump right in, Mr. Reese. Tell us why you are seeking a commutation of your sentence and why should we vote for you today?
Well, I feel that I'm a changed man, and I feel that I'm a different man from what I was back then. Yeah.
Why are you in jail? What'd you do?
Huh?
What did you do?
What did I do? Oh, well, I just went out and I got drinking and drunk too much, and it's a rape charge, you know.
Yep.
That's why I was locked up. Yeah.
Okay. Warden Benoit, is there any input from Angola?
He is a minimum B. He lives at Camp F and he works as a nurse's aide. He's had 42 reports. I think he's 76 now. How old are you?
76, yes.
He's 76 years old. He's taken 100 hours, thinking for a change, anger management, and victim awareness training.
Do you show him as having completed only one phase of sex offender treatment?
Hang on a second. We don't show him having any.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I got what she talking about, risk management?
Yeah, you got your certificate?
You got it.
Yeah, I got a couple of them here. I got risk management, I got phase 1 and phase 2.
Okay. So it doesn't look like you finished it, but we're gonna go ahead and start our interview, Mr. Reese. Your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater. Would you answer his questions?
Yeah, I got a 7 certificate. I got substance abuse.
Go ahead and Mr. Prater's gonna interview.
Oh, all right. All right.
You ready?
Did y'all hear that? According to Cajun, he's finished phase 1 of the sex offender treatment.
Yeah, that's what I showed. Thank you. I wanted just to be sure he didn't finish them all.
They probably didn't put the other one in the computer yet. All right.
All right. Have I got your attention?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Have you ever refused sex treatment? Any kind of sexual treatment training, anything like that? Have you ever refused one of those classes?
No.
Okay.
I am, well, when I first came here, they had some sex offender classes. And I didn't get into them. I didn't get into them. And they even had them at Hunts, and I was at Elaine Hunts for a year or so. They even had them at Hunts, and I didn't get in them, but I got in them. In fact, I just got into them. Yeah.
Okay. Well, your record showed that you had refused some sex offender treatment. And I was just wondering if the record was wrong or if in fact you were, if the record was wrong or if you in fact had.
Yeah, at one time, I was finna get into it and I didn't take it. I didn't refuse it, but in a way I refused it because I didn't take it. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's kind of sounds logical. And when was that?
It's been some years ago. Let's see, it might have been when I first came here. I'm not sure. But it's been at least 20 years ago.
And why did you refuse that at the time?
Well, actually, I didn't think I had the ability to complete it, you know. But since I got into it, this one, this risk management, I see, you know, that I needed it, you know.
So are you a sex offender?
A sex offender?
Yes, sir.
Well, you could say I am because I've been in trouble before about it, yeah.
I could say you're a sex offender, but do you say you're a sex offender?
Yes,
That's
sir.
the question.
Yes,
Sir?
sir. I am, yeah.
Kind of like pulling teeth here out of you. What did you do? Exactly what did you do to get in jail?
On this charge? Well, if you want to know the truth about it, yeah, I was out drinking, and I drank too much. The women I was with, I asked her to go to breakfast with me, and she went to breakfast with me. She's in her own car, I'm in my car. We stopped at breakfast, but the restaurant closed. It was closed, and they wasn't taking nobody else in. And we went from there to the bar room across the street from the hotel. And they was getting ready to close too. We had one drink apiece. We went from there to the hotel room. And she didn't want to go in. And we got into a conversation, and that's how it happened.
How, what happened?
That's how I got in this trouble. I didn't let it go. So I took her in my hotel room, and we had sex.
I want to hear you say the words, okay? You didn't just take her in there like you escorting her in there and then y'all had sex. You actually pulled her into the room, didn't you?
Yeah, I took her in there. I'm not. Yeah, I took her in there. Yeah,
Did you hit her?
She didn't want to. She didn't want to go through with it. Yeah, I took her in there. Yes,
Did
sir.
you hit her?
Yes, sir. I hit her because, like I said, I was drunk, and otherwise I would never did that. You know, I feel that I never did it, but I was drunk. Yeah, I was drunk. I'm not gonna lie.
You're kind of a hard interviewer, okay? But I'm gonna ask you this question, and I want to tell you this right off the bat. I got the answers, right? I already got the answers. Tell me about every time you've ever been arrested for a sex.
A sex offender?
Every time you've been arrested for sex charges. Tell me that.
Well, I was arrested in Illinois 2 times.
Okay.
I know her 2 times, and I was arrested in Kentucky 1 time.
Okay.
I was arrested. Now I was arrested in Illinois 3 times. Because I did 1 time, the first one was contributing delinquent of a minor. I was
Okay.
18, I believe I was.
Right.
Yeah. And like Kentucky, one time. I know Illinois, Kentucky. Oh, Nashville, Tennessee.
Okay, now you,
Nashville, yeah, Nashville, Tennessee, I was arrested.
okay,
One time I believe it was.
and one time, yeah, this time in Louisiana for sure.
This time in Louisiana, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Well, I had a whole litany of questions here that I was gonna ask you. A litany means a bunch of. I had a whole bunch of questions I was gonna ask you, but I think
Yeah.
you've heard enough for me to be satisfied with how my decision is going to be, and I'm gonna turn it over to my chairman.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Prater. Any other questions?
Yeah, what do you do at the prison now? What do you do at the prison now? What kind of work do you do?
I work at Death Row. The fact is, I worked last night. I got off at 6:30 this morning.
How long have you been there?
Huh?
How long have you worked there?
Well, since they transferred me back from the main prison to Camp F.
Okay, no more questions.
All right.
I've been there about a year.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, Mr. Reese. We're going to vote now. Mr. Prater will be voting first.
Yes, my vote is to deny this request. He's a fourth offender. He's been over his sexual history. I think his interview was horrible. And for those reasons, I vote to deny.
Mr. Freeman,
Due to his criminal history, I vote to deny.
Mr. Tillis,
My vote is to grant Till that he's not a threat.
Mrs. Stapleton,
My vote is to deny based upon, I concur with Mr. Prater and Mr. Prater.
all right, Mr. Reese, my vote's gonna be to deny because you hadn't finished your sex offender treatment. You've had 7 arrests for rape in 4 different states, and yet you've not done all phases of the sex offender treatment. I know you said you've done 2, but there's more phases to it than that. So I don't feel like I can vote for you until you've completed that whole program. So today, sir, you received 4 votes to deny your application, so your application for clemency is denied, sir.
Yes.
All right.
Like I said, the second risk management certificate I just got it last week.
Oh, good. Well, they'll enter it into the computer, but you still got some more work to do.
Oh, yeah.
That concludes our business, so we're going to sign off at 12:54. Thanks for helping us out today.
Thank y'all.
All right.
All right, good afternoon. The pardon board is reconvening. We're at David Wade Correctional Center. It's Monday, April 21st, 2025. Time is 1:02 p.m. Warden, would you and your staff please introduce yourself for the record?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Warden Brenda Ackland. Becky Tripiano, ARDC Manager.
Danny Henshaw, Classification.
Administrator Wyman.
All right, thank you. And we have Mr. Neighbors. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and DOC number.
Yes, hello, my name is Jerry Lloyd Neighbors Jr. My DOC is 570-869.
All right, Mr. Neighbors, I want to acknowledge the folks who've joined us today. Before we get started, we have your family, Denise Neighbors. You have Michael Mims, minister, Laura, and we have some guests here who are just observing from Vanderbilt Divinity School. Thank you for being here. In opposition, we have a representative from the DA's office, Ms. Lori James. We also have Stormy Snipe, who will be providing her comments by Zoom. Here with us in Baton Rouge, Haley Johnson, Autumn Johnson, Alexis Merritt, and Dana Stewart. So, and we'll hear from those folks who've indicated they'd like to speak in just a few minutes. But first, Mr. Neighbors, let me just read some information into the record, and then we want to get your statement first. So, Mr. Neighbors, you are seeking a commutation of your sentence. You were sentenced in the 3rd Judicial District, Lincoln Parish. 2 counts of sexual battery and attempted aggravated rape. You were sentenced in June of 2010. You received a 25-year sentence on each of those. So 25 years for sexual battery, 2 counts, and 25 years for attempted aggravated rape. Those sentences are running concurrently. So your full term, you don't earn good time, you're not eligible. Your full term release date is May 2034. Does all that sound right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Mr. Neighbors, would you tell us about yourself? Tell us, why are you in prison? What did you do? And why do you think we ought to vote to grant your request for commutation of your sentence?
Well, back in, I can't remember what year it was, but it was in my 30s. My granddaughter, Stormy, they came home from school, and I've been drinking a little bit that day. And, you know, I made the wrong decision of how to handle the situation at hand. Took it upon myself to not wait for my wife. And I committed the sexual act with my granddaughter. You know, I didn't have sex or anything with her, but I did do some fairly lewd acts with her in that room that day. And, you know, my time being away from society, I realized that, you know, that was a wrong, I was going with the wrong spirit, and I wouldn't listen to the right things in my mind. I realize now after my being gone 15 years that I kind of regenerated myself into a different man with different thoughts about how to look at people and how to, you know, see people such as my granddaughter's age, you know, when she was at that age. And so, you know, it's very disheartening when I look back on it. I know that I never could act like that again. And so I'm thankful that I've had this time away from society to get myself right, to go back into society. And I feel like I'm deserving a chance because, you know, as Michael Mims could contend to, I have plans of being a community pillar, being somebody that could help the community, not hurt the community. And, you know, because my mind is on positive things now, it's not on negative things no more. The 6th class I went through, the 4 phases, it really broke me down to where I could see myself and see how I was operating with my thoughts. And when I completed it, you know, all the things that I've learned from hearing other men talk about what they experienced also, it showed me where I had grown, because I'd learned I learned from the material that you know, that just wasn't me. And so I give thanks also for my spiritual brothers here that helped me along this journey. And, you know, also I thank God because without him, I wouldn't be sitting here. And I thank y'all for giving me the opportunity to speak and to, just to tell you why that I deserve a chance back out in society. And, I don't know what else to say. Is all I know is that I know I did a disheartening thing. I'm not proud of it, but I know I got to move on. I can't stay in the past. I can't be that same person. I got to be a different man. And I have a son. I have my twin sister that needs me. I have my other family that is waiting on me, and I have other things to do as far as kingdom business. And so I thank you for allowing me to speak, ma'am.
All right, well, and we'll be asking you some questions in just a few minutes. First, we'd like to hear from Warden Ackland. What can you tell us?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Jerry Neighbors has been here at Wade since January the 19th of 16. He has no disciplinary write-ups whatsoever. He currently works in the kitchen as a cook, and he works with the chapel services as needed when we don't have the volunteers to come in. He is not a disciplinary problem here at Wade.
All right, good to hear. Thank you. We'd like to hear from Mr. Neighbors. Folks who are here in support. First, could we hear from his sister, Miss Denise Neighbors?
Ma'am, thank you. Good morning or good afternoon, everybody. My brother has been there for a while. I've seen a lot of changes in him through his thought processes and his actions. He has really come close with the Lord. I think that he would be a great addition to anybody that would take him in as a church member. He was in the church before he went in. He was in the choir. He enjoyed it very much. I know that he praises the Lord every day. He's got me, actually changed me through his worshiping to actually change a little bit about myself, watching my language, praying, and getting a little closer to the Lord. But I miss my brother. Our parents have passed away, all of our grandparents. He and I are really the only two people that we have left for each other. And I would really enjoy an opportunity to have him in my life. We're getting older, and I really miss him. So, other than that, if you have any questions, I'd be more than willing to answer any questions you might have.
Well, thank you. We appreciate you taking the time to speak with us. I don't think we have any questions at this time. So could we hear from Michael Mims, please? You're still on mute.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm Michael Mim. I'm a ministry leader from New Living Word Ministry. We've been coming to Wade probably 15 to 20 years doing prison ministry. And also, I was once an inmate at Wade from 1986 to 94. And I done spoke on several parole boards. And I don't just speak on anybody parole board. They have to show me that they really been changed. And Jerry Neighbor has showed me that. I've been knowing Jerry Neighbor about 10 years or more. And even a lot of people, when the pandemic came, we started back church service. A lot of people didn't come back. And Jerry Neighbors never changed. He's not just a guy that come to prison ministry. He's active in it. He's in the choir, like his sister said, and he prays the Lord. He encourages other people. And I think, and I was an inmate, so I kind of know the inmates that some people just are criminal, but some people just commit one bad act. And I think Jerry, one of those guys, just committed one bad act. I don't think he's a career criminal. I think he's really changed, and he's supposed to be. We signed off for him to come out. We have 4 houses that will house people in Ruston, and he's supposed to be coming to our facility, and also we can provide him a job, a good paying job, and somewhere to stay, a good Christian environment where he won't just be out on his own. He'll be have a curfew. People manage his money. We'll manage his life until he's ready to go out on his own. But I believe if he released, I believe he'll do good. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. Thank you for the work that you do.
Thank you.
All right. Now we'll hear from the folks who are in opposition. And first, we'd like to hear from Stormy Snipe. I want to thank the folks Lincoln Parish for accommodating us today. So, Ms. Stormy, what would you like us to know?
I wrote me something. I said, through this 27 years, this is probably the hardest thing I've had to do. I've constantly prayed for the right words to say, but when I was a little girl, I didn't have my mama and daddy. My grandma and my grandpa, her husband, were all I had as parents. Jerry taught me how to ride a bike, tie my shoes, help me with schoolwork, and hunt, fish. We even went to church every Sunday and Wednesday faithfully in the choir. And on Sunday, we would watch football together. Usually the other kids would be with friends or with the church somewhere. I used to do everything with Jerry. But one Sunday, things got a little different. The day he started touching me and making me touch him. Day after day, week after week, things got worse and a little weirder. I started acting out everywhere. I was getting in trouble in school more. And if I was to bring home a pre-referral, he would ask me if I wanted my butt whooped or I know what. And of course, me being scared of a butt whooping and confused that I didn't know until then what he'd been doing to me was wrong, I didn't say anything. And he would end up sexually abusing me every time he got a chance. It happens more times than I can count, especially since we were always together. It got to the point where I was scared to go to bed, or I couldn't go to bed and wake up in nightmares, so I'd put a pallet right inside my Aunt Shayna's room and to be able to sleep. Until one day, Shayna called me into Lexi's room and asked me the question I thought no one would ever ask me. Has Jerry ever touched me? All I could do was cry. I didn't know what to say at first. All that ran through my head was the words that he had told me, don't tell anyone or I'll do worse, or threatened to hurt me or one of the other girls. I finally felt safe, like he wouldn't be able to hurt me again. I grew up thinking every man's intentions. I'm sorry. I grew up thinking every man's intentions were like his. I was very cautious of everyone and anyone. Still to this day, I don't trust men. I have horrible anxiety, depression, and PTSD. It messes with my relationships with my family, my friends, and all romantic relationships I've ever tried to have. Even the relationship I have with my own 2 children and God. Even through this 14 years since I had to testify to put Jerry where he is today, it isn't any easier. I believe it's actually much harder now because as an adult who fully understands the hurt and damage he really truly did to me, the damage that could never be undone and the hurt that's never going to go away. Thank y'all.
Thank you for your courage and sharing those feelings with us. We appreciate it. Here with us, we have Alexis Merritt. Yeah, if you'd step up to the podium, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
One in 5 girls and 1 in 20 boys will become statistics. I am one. Children 7 to 13 years of age are the most vulnerable to becoming a statistic. I am one. 20% adult women and 5 to 10% adult men recall a child sexual abuse incident. I am one. 28% of youth, 14 to 17, have been sexually assaulted throughout their life. I am one. 3 or 4 adolescents who have become sexually assaulted were victimized by someone they know. I am one. There are more than 42 million sexual abuse survivors. I am one. 90% of children's sexual abuse is preventable. I am one. 30% of sexual abuse is never reported. I am one. 90% of child abuse victims know the predator. I am one. 1 in 2 children will be sexually abused before the age of 18. I am one. Every 9 minutes, CPS finds evidence for a claim of sexual abuse. I am one. I am one that cannot be changed. There does not have to be one more. At a reoffending rate of 13% after 5 years, 18% after 10 years, and 20% after 15 years, the likelihood that Jerry Ward Naples will reoffend and there will be more victims if he is released is likely. I am one of his many victims. We were not his first stop and we will not be his last. So please think of his future victims. Someone who grew up in church that's been used a lot from a very young age. at almost 29 in 2 days. I have a very rough relationship with the Lord, because that has been something that's been thrown at me my whole life. I was always told Jerry's a wonderful man. He's a wonderful pillar of the community. I remember times where he was my little league basketball coach, where we were helping remodel the police station of our small village. And no one knew or recognized the evil that was really happening behind closed doors. And unfortunately, like most of us know, that is the statistics that is very much so, where the predators have that mass that they live with. And unfortunately, this is one of those cases. So please, as y'all are making these decisions, please take that into consideration, that he has not, in the past 16 years, had that vulnerability. He has not had the temptations. So who are we to say those temptations will not come again? Because it was not one mistake that happened. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And then we have Dana Stewart. Yes.
I am not reading my own words. I'm reading the words of another of his victims who could not be here first. My name is Jana Oliver, formerly known as Jana Johnson, and I'm a victim of Jerry Neighbors. I'm opposed to him being released for many reasons. To begin, I was just 8 years old, an innocent child, when this man began taking advantage of me, molesting me and threatening me. This took place until I was almost 16 because he had me so terrified to tell anyone what was going on. I witnessed him when I was 14 molesting one of my nieces, the victim on his case file. As a young teen, I had to start protecting her and my other niece and any other female child that stepped into our home. Our home was not a safe place. I was the one who turned him in. I was the one that initiated the investigation to begin with, but somehow he was not charged based on what he did to me, not even for all those years. He was only brought up on charges against his other victim. We were both victims in this, and I feel like I was manipulated and tricked into not testifying against him because I was only 18, and I did not understand anything going on in the court case. I was told you don't need to contest, nothing will change his charges, which I thought meant all would go as expected. Now I feel like if I had stepped on the sand, maybe the charges would be different. He should have 100% been charged for my counts as well. That is 8 years of pain and suffering, a whole childhood that did not matter to anyone in charge of doing anything. I was failed by the justice system, and I truly worry that he will just find another victim. I was not even his first victim. He had been to court before and managed to get away with it. I was silenced at 18, but that doesn't mean I have to be silenced now. I have spent the last 16 years trying to heal and move past this, but I truly believe that him getting out sooner will only cause stress for myself and his other victims, and I fear that I will encounter him at some point.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's all of our speakers. So, Mr. Neighbors, your case has been assigned to Mr. Freeman. Would you answer his questions?
Okay.
Neighbors, how long have you been in jail on this charge?
Right at 15, almost 16 years, sir.
Okay. And I noticed when I read the offense that you kind of downplayed it. You only said it happened once to each child. Is that still your statement today, that you only did this one time?
I was just referring to the case I was charged with, sir, is what I was talking about.
Okay, but even in that case, there was more than one incident. I mean, you said that all you did was make a disrobe one time. I mean, were there other instances, or was it just on one occasion that you molested one of your daughters? Yeah,
That was the one time that got that serious. With my granddaughter Stormy. Other times were just, here and there, touching things of that nature.
All right, and actually there was, I know you were only charged with what, one count, I think it's 2 counts. Attempted aggravated rape, and sexual battery. So how many victims were there over the years?
Well, they're saying it's a total of 3,
What are you saying? I know what they say, and I read it.
Yes,
So-
sir, I'm admitting to that. but I've kind of, I'm not saying I have not been thinking about it no more, but I'm trying to keep that in my past, you know, but I will admit that there was the victims that are speaking forth. Yes, sir.
And what your original charges were aggravated rape, 2 counts, and sexual battery? So you charged reduced?
Yes.
Okay. So you got 1 break already because your charges were reduced. And that's one of the statements that the DA made, that you already got a break when the charges were shortened. And I must say that all law enforcement is opposed. Friends of family are opposed. I'm not going to go through each one because I'm not going to go back through what they said. And what about your own son? Do you see him?
Sorry, I have not. He lives in Texas.
Okay. Was he taken away from you because of the same kind of accusation?
Not that I know of, no, sir.
I read that's record. Okay. And you did complete your sex offender treatment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Before I ask for any other questions, could we hear from Lori James at the DA's office, please?
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Yes, thank you for letting me have an opportunity to speak. I have very little that I can add. What you've already heard from the victims, I think, is more persuasive than anything I could say at this point. I did think it's worth pointing out, though, and I think you've just mentioned it. Mr. Neighbors initially was indicted for 1 count of aggravated rape of a person under the age of 13 and 2 counts of sexual battery of a child under the age of 13. He was allowed to plead to attempted aggravated rape and to 2 counts of sexual battery, and he did receive a 25-year sentence, to which he agreed to accept at that time. I know you have it in your notes, but I think it's worth pointing out the significance of the fact there is not 1, but at least 2 child victims, a 9-year-old with whom he engaged in multiple counts of sexual battery and actual sexual intercourse, and an 8-year-old whom, when he was questioned, he admitted that there had been sexual activity with the 8-year-old, but he, quote, couldn't seem to recall much about that. And Madam and gentlemen on the board, I submit to you that is alarming to the state, that either he is lying and he can remember it, or if he is telling the truth and he can't remember it. I think that is of significance and does not bode well. It doesn't suggest that he has addressed these issues, doesn't suggest to me he has been able to change his behavior, if that is even possible, to a point where the public would be safe should he be released. And I just asked you to consider some of these finer points contained in the information I'm sure you have in front of you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for your remarks.
Thank you all.
Any other questions?
Yeah.
Ms. Stapleton?
Yes, sir. I would like to respond to the victim's statements with you that there was actually more victims that Mr. Freeman was bringing out and everything. And you actually admitted to there being more than you were charged with. That's not unusual. And all the things that the victims were saying was not unusual. Once this crime starts taking place in the home, yes, quite often a child will come home and it's, you want a whipping or do you want to have to do this to me? The other thing that happens is their life has changed forever. You say you want to get on with your life. A lot of times, and in most cases, the victim, she may or he may get on with their life, but they're forever haunted by the behavior that you perpetrated on them. That never changes for them. I would like to say that to them also. And another thing that was brought out is that sexual predators of juveniles like this, for the most part, with age, it increases, which is one of the statistics that we heard, which I've always heard as a victim's advocate, that with age, a predator of juveniles gets worse, but yet they don't ever want people their own age. They continue to want juveniles. So for that reason, I would consider you a threat to society.
All right, I don't see any other questions. I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Freeman?
My vote today is to deny due to him already receiving a break at sentencing and strong victim and law enforcement opposition.
Mr. Tillis?
My vote's to deny because of victim opposition.
Mrs. Stapleton?
My vote is to deny, concur with Mr. Freeman, and I would add that I consider him a threat to society.
Mr. Prater?
Deny for all those reasons and, yeah, still don't think we're getting the truth from him.
Right, and I do concur with my colleagues. Mr. Neighbors, my vote today also is to deny, based on the plea agreement that you agreed to. So today, sir, your application for accommodation has been denied. That concludes our business at Wade. We're going to sign off Warden at 1:27. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're on. Good afternoon, sir. Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address.
Jeremy Gonzalez, 11184 Knockham Road, Gonzales, Louisiana, 70737.
Okay. And you're here this afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez, seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You were sentenced in Ascension Parish, March 2008, possession of methamphetamine. You received 18 months hard labor that was suspended and you were placed on 18 months active probation. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so your case has been assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Before she starts her interview, sir, would you just tell us, what happened to you and why are you seeking the pardon with restoration of firearms?
What happened,
Why you have this felony on your record?
okay, I was, at home. One of my roommates had a warrant out for his arrest. He was in my shop. The cops came to the house, I was after him, he was in the shop. I walked outside. They arrested him. They asked if they could search the house. They were looking for something that he had. I allowed them to search the house. They found what he had. They've also found drugs. They were gonna take everybody in my house to jail. I signed an affidavit saying that drugs in the house were mine. I was there.
All right, and so why are you seeking the pardon with restoration of firearms?
Oh, I've served my sentence and I've stayed out of trouble. Haven't gotten any more trouble. I had one speed ticket in Lake Charles, probably 2 or 3 years later, and that was it. Just want to go hunting again.
All right, well, Mrs. Stapleton will take the lead on the interview. Would you answer her question?
Hey, sir, I read the report and the police report, and there was a lot of stuff with your buddy there.
Oh, yeah, he was.
And you weren't aware of any of that.
I was not aware of any of that. I don't even know what happened with his case because, he moved out of my house before he even got out of jail.
Okay,
Actually, I moved him out of my house to his mother's house before he even got out of jail.
okay, get rid of that stuff. Okay, so look, this is what I read, that they located a marijuana smoking pipe in the carport of your residence. And then wasn't there was a meth charge, possession of meth?
There was a possession of meth charge. I don't even know if they found meth in the house because when we got the evidence, they combined what they found in the shop and what they found in the house into one evidence list, and they didn't separate it out. So we don't even know if they found anything in the house.
Okay, well, but were you involved with meth?
Yes, I was.
Okay.
I freely admit that I was doing drugs at the time, and that is when I actually stopped doing drugs.
Okay. Another thing that I read was that while you were on probation, that you entered treatment at the Ascension Mental Health Clinic, right? For
Yes,
drugs?
ma'am, I sure did. It was court ordered.
Court ordered, okay.
I had stopped doing drugs. So when I got arrested, I had decided that was when I needed to change my life.
That wasn't a life for you?
No, it wasn't.
Do you have any children?
No, ma'am, I never did. My girlfriend actually had 3 kids before I met her, and we never did have any children.
Okay.
She is now my wife.
Oh, she's now your wife? Okay.
Yes.
All right. And so, let's see. So when did you get out of jail? I'm sorry. I had it written down. I thought I said since 2000.
I was in jail, I think 2 days, 3 days.
Uh-huh.
That was it.
Okay. And so what year was that? Make sure I've got this right.
I think I was arrested in December of 2006.
All right. So 6. So this was
I was only in jail for 3 days and
20 years ago, right?
And I was just put on probation, yes.
Okay. So 20 years ago, and you've only had a speeding ticket, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I heard you saying. You've had the same employer since 2008. Am I correct there?
No, ma'am.
No?
When I was arrested, I had the same employer from the date I was arrested till the date I got off of probation.
Uh-huh.
When I got off of probation, I actually worked for him and I was working at the Lady of the Lake for him.
Oh, that's
And
right.
a job
I think
opening
you're the IT
came
guy.
at the lake. And I actually went to work for the lake.
Yeah. So you've been working for the lake ever since then?
Yes, ma'am. September 21st of 2009, I went to work for the lake.
Uh-huh.
And I've been working for them ever since. I am
Okay.
the supervisor of the department I went to work for at the lake in 2009.
Okay, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
I don't have any questions. I just have a suggestion. When asked if you have children, the correct answer is yes, I have 3. Your wife would appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am, But I don't have any,
I
I've never had
understand,
any
I
children. She
understand.
does have 3 children, I do claim her children, but I don't have any children.
I think
I
we're
never
ready to
did have
vote.
any children.
Total
We're
honesty.
ready to vote, Mr. Gonzalez, Mrs. Stapleton.
My vote today is to grant.
Okay.
Is it to grant?
Pardon with firearms?
Yeah, pardon with restoration of firearms, yes.
Mr. Prater?
I just wondered, before I vote, I'd like to know, what have you done to continue along your path to be clean and drug free?
What have I done?
Do you go to NA meetings? Do you go to AA? Did you have an epiphany? I mean,
I had an epiphany and I have a very strong will. I quit smoking at the same time I quit doing drugs. I just decided to stop and I stopped doing everything. As far as drinking goes, I never did really drink at all. If I ever do drink, I drink like 1 beer a month maybe, and that's about it. And I don't even really like it that. I just never really.
because you were steeped pretty high and you were steeped into the meth culture pretty good. Evidently, if you're out there stealing anhydrous ammonia.
It was fun for a while and then it wasn't fun. It was pretty much, it had run its course. And with me, and once I got sober, I realized that it actually took a toll on my life and it put me far behind where I should have been. And once I realized that, I just realized it took a lot away from me.
Okay.
That I didn't realize that it took away from me. Because it was the fun aspect of it when I was doing it. And once I got sober, I just realized it did more than it was supposed to.
You was kind of Breaking Bad for a while, weren't you?
It was.
Yeah.
And to this day, I still haven't watched that show.
Okay. I don't know.
Ready to vote?
You vote?
Mm-hmm.
Grant with firearms.
Mr. Freeman?
Grant with firearms.
Mr. Tillings?
I concur.
As,
Grant with firearms.
as do I, Mr. Gonzalez. So we're going to make that recommendation on your behalf to the governor that you have a pardon with restoration of firearms. Good luck to
Thank
you,
you.
sir.
And y'all have a nice day.
You
You
too.
too.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Blanks, good afternoon. Would you introduce yourself? Tell us your name and your current mailing address, sir.
All Blanks, 311 Columbia Road 150, Waldo Heights.
All right, thank you, Mr. Blanks. You're here this afternoon, you're seeking, well, first let me acknowledge you have your wife with you, Mrs. Radina Blanks. And we appreciate her being here in support. Thank you. You're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You're convicted in Webster Parish. You had in May of 2012, malfeasance in office, sexual conduct. You received a 1-year DOC sentence that was suspended, and you were placed on 2 years of active probation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So, Mr. Blanks, your case has been assigned to Mr. Prater, but first, tell us why you're here today. Why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms.
I wrote it down. So.
Okay, good.
Okay. I came today before you all for a building's pardon with the restoration of firearms. I feel as if I paid my debts to society. I want this pardon to better my life for myself, my wife, my children, family, and my ministry. This pardon will also allow for better job opportunities for myself, to be a better provider and a way maker for myself and my family. It will also allow me to be of help and support to those I love and lead. My family and ministry are the most important things in my life. I want to be able to be a living example to them and to also be able to protect them at all costs. I want to be able to take my children out in the woods, fishing, hunting, and just be out to enjoy nature and not have to worry about having anything while doing so. I don't want the mistake that I made in the past to affect the years to come. And I want to be able to be of support to all that I lead in my ministry. Pay my debt to society, probation fees, had an expungement, and now I'm here today asking for this pardon from you.
Okay. Well, your case, as I said, is assigned to Mr. Prater, so would you answer his questions?
Yes, sir. I'm gonna jump straight to what bothers me more than, or as much as what you did in the past, what we're here to discuss. We won't get into all that. I think everybody's got the record, and so we won't get into that. But part of a pardon process is how you've acted since you did the offense and paid your dues. And so that's what I'm concerned with. And I'm not gonna go over the tickets that you admitted to, because, you know, but the rest of it is how you follow the rules of society. And what bothers me here is one is driving under suspension. And I know that's a ticket also probably, but still the fact that you didn't do what you're supposed to do, like everybody else on the board has to do and everybody else in the offices around here. Then cruelty to animals in 2014, were you arrested or just cited for that?
Just cited.
Okay. You left a dog behind in a home that you were previously renting. Okay. And then again in 2015, another expired driver's license switched license plates. That's something that takes some, I mean, everybody knows you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to switch license plates. That's 2015. And that's after you're supposed to be living by the rule. And then disturbing the peace, and then cruelty to animals again, a horse with malnutrition.
Yes, yes, sir.
And they cited you for not feeding your horse?
It was actually not my horse, it was on my land.
Okay. All right. And then again in 2015, cruelty to animals. That's another charge on a dog is malnutrition, right?
No, that was the same case. I only had 2 animal cruelty cases.
Just 2 animal cruelty.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you've had switch plates, driving under suspension, 2 animal cruelties, and a disturbing the peace in 2015 where the music was too loud.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? And see, usually it's kind of unusual because usually when we have somebody wanting pardon, especially pardon with restoration of rights, they come up here and they said, I ain't done nothing, like the fellow just left. 2006, I did something, and what he did in 2006 wasn't as serious as what you did in 2012. But he said, since then, I hadn't done anything. And so that looked pretty good. With you, I mean, I saw 5 things on here that really kind of bothered me. And the first thing you did was kind of tough too, kind of serious, real serious. And so, I just wanted to make sure I was reading those things right. And let's see here. So the 20, okay, that's all. I got enough.
Okay. Any other questions?
You say you're a minister?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a minister?
I've been preaching since I was 9 years old. I'm 40 years. Pastor for the last 21 years.
All right, I don't see any other
Well,
questions.
I do have one
Okay, go
question.
ahead.
Did, the event, the actual event, do you admit to that event or not?
I admit to the event, yes, sir.
Okay, so, all right. I just, at one point, it was kind of questionable whether you admitted to it. Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we're prepared to vote. Mr. Craven,
I deny these.
Mr. Craven,
I grant without restoration of powers.
Mr. Tillis,
I concur with Mr. Freeman.
Mrs. Stapleton.
I deny. I concur with Mr. Prater.
My vote today is to deny based on the activity that Mr. Prater spoke of since this incident. So today, sir, your application has been denied. Good luck to you. All right, good afternoon, Mr. Carrier.
There is an original.
Christopher Carrier, are you with us? There you are. I think you're on mute still. Age 21, just 24 years ago.
Yes, how y'all doing?
Good. Now we can hear you, sir. Are you, is your vehicle stationary?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm parked. Yeah, I'm
Okay.
parked.
We don't want you to be driving while we talking
No,
to
ma'am.
you.
No,
So,
ma'am. Oh, I'm parked.
okay, good. Can you introduce yourself, Mr. Carrier? Tell us your full name and your current mailing address.
Christopher Joseph Carrier, 906 Howard Street, Jennings, Louisiana, 70546.
Okay, great. Thank you, sir. Mr. Carrier, you're here today before the pardon board seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms. You have two sentencing dates, one in Allen Parish. Possession of cocaine, you received a 6 months parish jail sentence. You have a sentencing in Evangeline Parish in December 1999 for theft. You received a 5-year sentence that was suspended. 2 years were suspended and you were placed on 3 years active probation. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. So, Mr. Carrier, before we start our interview with you, would you tell us why you're seeking a pardon with restoration of firearms? And how did you get involved in the criminal activity?
It was just something, when I was young, I thought it was just quick money, but I realized the consequences, after I got caught, for all the rights that I had lost, and now I feel I paid my debt to society. It's been over 27 years. I never been back in trouble. I'm active in my community. I just ran for public office March 29th. I lost. I ran for the mayor of my town I live in. And I just feel that, I should be able to get my rights back, you know what I'm saying? Because I had been over 27 years. I think I deserve to get that back, I never got back in trouble. Like I said, I got a good job. I own a business. I just think, I deserve a second chance.
All right. Well, your case was assigned to Mrs. Stapleton. Would you answer her questions, please?
Okay.
I'm gonna just say one thing. You haven't gotten in trouble anymore. And I know you said that, but I do want to mention that it was a plea bargain down for possession with intent to distribute. So other victims, anytime there's intent, if it had been simple that you were going to use the drug on yourself, that's one thing, and that had been a possession. But when you intend to distribute to probably children or something, that's something else. So, but you've been clean for 20-something years since then, correct?
Correct.
I haven't gotten into any more trouble.
No,
Now, tell me, you said you own your own, and I know you make full restitution to the workman's comp situation.
Yes.
Fine. Okay, now, what is the business that you own? Because you say you
Yeah,
own business.
I own a local fun jump things for kids. A jump business. Like the inflatables. I own an inflatable company.
Oh, okay, that's good then. Okay. Do you have any children? I know you want the restoration of firearms also. Is there a reason for that?
Yes, I do. I have 3 kids and I got 6 grandkids. I just got a brand new one a few weeks ago.
Oh, congratulations on
Thank
that. Okay, so I've got that you've had nothing, no other run-ins with law enforcement for the past 24 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
21 years of age at the time of your arrest. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you own a business that is for inflatables. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other questions for Mr. Carrier? Mr. President?
Just, I want to make sure we're all satisfied about the workers' comp deal.
Yeah, he paid back in full, $798.20.
What is this? Okay, everybody happy? Okay.
That's
So you had no opposition from law enforcement. The sheriff in one of the jurisdictions was unopposed, and we had no comment from the other jurisdictions. So you just need to be aware of that. It's unusual. I think we're prepared to vote, Mrs. Stapleton.
Yeah, I'm prepared to grant your pardon with full restoration of firearms.
Mr. Prater.
Thank y'all.
You're
I
welcome.
concur.
Mr. Freeman,
I concur.
Mr. Tillis.
I concur.
And as do I. So it's a unanimous vote, Mr. Carrier. We're going to make that recommendation to the governor on your behalf. Good luck to you.
All right, thank y'all.
Sir, thank you.
All right.
All right, our last agenda item this afternoon was Robert PELOW, DOC number 353865. He has declined his hearing, so that concludes our business for today. We're going to adjourn. It's 1:59.
Maybe.